Yo, what up? It's me. Yo, boy. I'm awake, kind of. Oh, that's going really fast. Oh, let me fix that. That's not supposed to go that fast. Oh, I hear myself. Hold on, where am I? Shut up, me. I don't want to hear me. I don't even understand why other people want to hear me. Nonsense. I'm awake, kind of. I was hanging out in the Discord drinking last night. I may or may not have drank a little bit too much, which is not looking good for me for tonight since it's opening of the unnamed tavern. Oh boy, let's just fix this real quick because this should be at like 500 seconds. There we go. Hey. Oh no. Okay, I always know that streams have been like good is if I catch myself thinking about them later. Um because if I'm thinking about them by accident, it usually means there was good conversation worth thinking about, or I'm like passively reminiscing about something. Whereas if I'm actively thinking about it, it means I'm probably thinking about something that I wasn't satisfied with. And so I'm happy that I've been like I was thinking about the Debate Hub episodes that came out this week, and I just caught myself. I was in the shower. I just caught myself thinking about it, smiling, and then I was just like, oh, they were good. They were good shows. They were good episodes, and I'm really really happy with the direction. I'm really happy with the way it's going so far. I'm already looking at scheduling the next ones, which is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. So I was just ah I'm satisfied with my work. I think that's a good way to put it. Landon and Kirk was fantastic. I really want to have them both on again, either together or separately. They were great. Landon and Manya talking about volcanoes and learning so much about like Polynesian and Hawaiian culture. That was fantastic. Landon is just an encyclopedic person of he just contains more than you could fit in a library. Um, the conversation with Free Thought Prophet was amazing. I was definitely hanging out with Seamus after the show, and that was great. I'm looking forward to having them on again because they already confirmed. It's just a matter of like setting up time frames, and I'm gonna be finagling something a little bit shenanigy with that. So with any luck, that'll come to pass in the near future. I'm not sure if it'll be next week. It might be the week after. I don't know. It will be what it will be. I'm looking forward to the next Dumbfeck Friday with Manya. That's gonna be a lot of fun. So if you do want to set up your own debate or conversation, discussion, discourse for Debate Hub, please feel free to reach out to me either in the comment section or reach out to me on Twitter. Those are the two best places to get a hold of me. And consider supporting by, liking and sharing and commenting and lurking and, whatever. But yeah. So today, I'm here to suffer for your entertainment. We're gonna review the closing statements by Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's team, plural, in this trial. This was live, yes, so this all happened yesterday. I have not watched it yet. I went out of my way to not watch it, so I will be looking at this from basically a blank slate to see what I see. We are watching the Law and Crime video footage. Sadly, there is no closed captioning, unfortunately. Why? I don't know. That is actually some people getting back to me about Debate Hub. I do want to say a special thank you to Benthoven, who did the stinger music for Debate Hub, and I also wanted to give a quick shout out and a special thanks to Dave McGinnis, who is the reason why I still have vMix access, or access to vMix, I should say. So that's been great. That's why it looks so nice and fancy in here. So special thank you to him letting me use in a spare seat that he had. I've been using it the whole time, even on non-sec. I've never had access to the initial non sequitur show vMix So the whole time I've just been using Dave McGinnis's, and I just wanted to give him a quick shout out and thank him for not only helping me out at the launch of non-sec, but also allowing me to continue using it. So, yikes! Let's just yikes. Let's watch this. I have no idea how this is gonna go. I am assuming maybe I'm too. Maybe I'm being too pessimistic. Maybe this is gonna go well. Maybe they'll have some decent argumentation and it's not gonna make me want to pull my hair out. So yeah, let's hit play and see. Well, I'm probably gonna have to skip around just to get to the spot where they actually start talking. Yeah, there they are at the bench. I'm gonna skip to that. Nope, they're still at the bench. Yep, they're still at the bench. Nope, they're still at the bench. Johnny's doodling on his paper. Is it just me, or has Johnny Depp, like, at the beginning of the trial to the end of the trial, just kind of, like, a little bit of his, maybe not his demeanor, maybe a little bit of his demeanor, but, like, he looks better at the end of this than he did at the beginning. In my opinion, from my recollection, I'd have to actually look at pictures or relook at the video, but he kind of looks that he's feeling, you know, maybe that he's finally got a whole bunch of shit off of his chest. You know what I mean? Well, we'll see. All right. There. Okay. Oh, Dr. Curry's there. What's Dr. Curry doing there? Okay, cool. Let's hit play. See what's going on. Yeah, before we start, I have heard rumors that Law and Crime have been copyright striking people. I don't know of where else to really get a decent copy of what I'm looking at. I guess I can check to see if there's somebody else that's got a good copy. Hold on. Just beforehand, because like I don't want to get in under their skin. I ain't here to fight with anybody. At least not right now. I mean, I'm definitely willing to fight with people, just not over this. Oh, let me. Thank you. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. All right. Johnny Depp. Let's just see if I can find a better thing. Like everything is all fucking Law and Crime. They seem to almost have like a monopoly on this damn thing. This was day 22. Oh, ET did coverage of it. You think ET is gonna care? ET is gonna give me a hard time. Wait, this doesn't have Dr. Curry at the beginning though. What? I'm confused. This was day 22, right? No, this is... Oh, wait. We're supposed to be day 23. I got my day wrong. Is it 24? I don't know where I'm at. What year is it? What's happening? Oh, you got a neutral one? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me just copy the link address. I trust that you didn't send me, like, porn. So I'm just gonna go from here. I'll do it from this place. Change. URL. Paste. Okay. Give this a second to load. Video is unavailable. Sadly. If I get through this fast enough, I will pop over to Dapper's channel. If I do not jump through this fast enough, I sadly will not be able to make it there. I also have another stream tonight. The 24th. Okay. Thank you. Fox. I want Fox. Who wants Fox? Nobody wants Fox. Closing arguments. Sky News. E.T. This is day 20. Okay, here's one. Maybe this one will be fine. I as much as I love some of the other commentary channels that I've watched and covered this, I don't want anything that's got commentary on it specifically. Let me try this. Let's try this one. This also does not have closed captioning from the looks of it. I also looks like I might have to make a minor adjustment to the framing here. Sorry, while I do this. I mean, I really don't want to... It's a shame to have to bother when it's clearly just... when it's something that ought to be open-ended. But, alright. Looks like we're good. I think we got it. Just an aside, your version of Pornhub started out much better than NSS. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. There's something special about being able to design an entire channel and segment around the concept of Pornhub. Visualization is a lot of fun. Alright. Audio's there. It is cranked. We should have audio with any luck. I don't hear anything. Why don't I hear anything? There's got to be somebody talking at this point. Come on. What's going on? Oh.
Years later.
There it is.
When
okay.
Promoting the biggest role of her career.
I fixed
until
it.
This trial.
We're fine. There we go.
The evidence that number one,
Well,
Ms. Heard made.
Alright, that's them talking. Going in.
Opinion.
Oh.
Lawyers will refer to the.
There we go. Here we go. Yeah, RNGD Gaming. They ought not to have any copyright on this footage, but you know how things can be sometimes. I'd rather not get into it. Like, at least not with them or with anybody else. So yeah, Isaac for president. Oh yeah, and remember, we stan Ben King. We stan Disney Butler. All praise be to the Disney Butler.
Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year. which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm...
All right, so now everybody knows them's the rules for the jury, because we are not the jury. We don't have to dismiss evidence. We can still listen to what people had said when it was struck and judge that based off of whatever we're doing or whatever we're looking at or however we're perceiving things. Because we're not the jury. So we don't have to follow those rules. Which is a whole lot of fun, because it means that you can take somebody's testimony that ended up getting, like, tossed out for the jury, but in the jury's defense, I think it's totally fine for them to have their notes, or have themselves, be sealed for a year. If I'm not mistaken, I think that they are still allowed to, like, out themselves. So, like, the court's not going to say who is and who was a juror in this case, but if they out themselves, and, you know, they'd have to verify and prove it, but they are allowed to tell people if they were there, or if they were a juror. If I was one of these jurors, I would have been taking notes furiously so I could sell it later. Or I'd be taking my notes and, like, I would hey, you want my notes from this big trial? eBay. I don't know if that would have been, like, breaking some other kind of rule, but yeah, I think it's important to know what the jury is actually allowed to consider and whatnot.
About to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court...
It's like basically saying, hey, listen, don't pay attention to what the file is named, because it could be called literally anything, and it has nothing to do with whatever's actually... It doesn't necessarily... Like, if you label something proof Amber lied, great that it's named that, but that doesn't actually reference what's necessarily inside, whether as a truth factor or as evidence itself.
The court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case. Okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict.
Yeah, they're not allowed to watch stuff like
you are the
that Umbrella Guy or
facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change.
Pay attention,
B,
this is important.
Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number 6, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues
are all
must be
yes or
governed by
no
the
boxes,
instructions that
basically.
follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement.
So that's like the big deal. Johnny needs Uncle. I'm gonna call him Uncle Johnny. Uncle Johnny needs needs yeses all down the board to like win this case, and that's not an easy thing to decipher because they are yes or no's, right? So you probably saw, for those of you who've been watching this case, a good number of times. This is a tactic that Mr. Rottenborn specifically likes to utilize. Where he asks a question and the answer is only yes or no. When it's maybe a yes or no isn't the most accurate, right? So one of the examples I can think of off the top of my head was he was asking one of the digital forensics analysts for Johnny Depp's witnesses whether or not there was evidence of specific manipulation, right? And he said, well, is there evidence of this, yes or no? And the person was like, they were trying to explain that this is more complicated than a yes or no. There has been changes, but as to the intent of those changes or what those changes were, because I don't have the initial copies, I can't say because I don't have the information. Your team did not provide that information. And so, but what he was asking was a yes or no, like, is there evidence of this? I think the guy ended up saying no. I would have said yes, but it's inconclusive. So I would say there's evidence that this could be the case, yes, but without this information, it is not definitive, right? That's how I would have answered that question, but that's just me. I'm also not on the stand. I'm also not an expert. I'm also just what do I know? I'm just some schmutz on the internet. I don't know nothing. That's just what I would have said.
You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
I cannot imagine anybody watching this trial thinking or saying that Amber is not vindictive and malicious as fuck.
Number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice, if Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent,
sorry, I'm just referring to Lord Magicus's comment here. Yeah, I can see that happening.
Use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice, if Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement.
It's certainly defamation, and this is why it's so difficult. These are all yes or no's. And again, you need yes or no. Sorry, you need yeses all the way down the board to be able to win this case. And the problem that I think that Amber Heard's team is going to face is that they're not really going to be able to prove malice on Johnny Depp's side. The most they have is him venting to Paul Bettany as, like, being malicious. They tried to say that he was contacting Warner Brothers to get her fired, when that's not even what they presented actually even said. And then Amber's case is, I don't think Amber's case is existent, and Johnny's case is it's just very hard to get. But there should absolutely be consequences for lying about like fake sexual assault allegations, and fake, like, just bullshit like this needs real consequences in my humble opinion.
You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice.
The reason why I'm not skipping this part is because I think it's really important to know what the jury's actually trying to discern.
When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right.
All right, you guys got all that? You guys got it all? You understand everything that was just said? I want to know what you guys think. Do you guys think that this is a yes down the board, or for like Johnny's team, for Amber's team, for both teams, for neither teams? Because at the end of the day, the jury could find that both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are found for defamation. That's a possibility. That's one of the options. So, I mean, I'm curious to know what you guys think. We'll probably discuss it a little bit more live at the Unnamed Tavern tonight at 9 p.m. EST, because that's going to be a little bit more of an open forum, and I'm sure this will be a topic of discussion. Yay! We're going to talk about it more. But I mean, I'm having watched this, I'm convinced that there's defamation on Amber Heard's part for sure. On Johnny Depp's part, I don't think so, because I I don't see anything that Mr. Waldman thought. He seemed to think what he was saying was true and accurate, and so that immediately takes out, like, if it's true, it's not. No matter how maliciously you may or may not say something, if it's true, it's true. if and if you're like that convinced it's true, then you're not necessarily, although you may be acting maliciously, it wouldn't be considered defamation by a court of law, right? So, sorry, Feline's correcting me. They can't both be winning. I don't know why they couldn't both be found for defamation since they're not arguing over the same statements. So I'm going to need a little bit of clarification on that one. So maybe I'm just misunderstanding something. But I'm going to hit play. I am reading your comments.
To control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain...
That's really funny. Feline sent me something that I actually had pulled up, and it's the question that Silver had asked. I would like to point out real quick that Feline is probably one of the people that I consider that I know from like a, well, like, you know, and we don't call each other and talk about our lives that much. I mean, we chat a little bit about that, but she's probably one of the people that I talk to on a more consistent basis that I actually think has a full-on functioning brain. Full-on functioning brain. At like most people, I'm like, yeah, you got like 10 brain cells. This is fine. Feline's got a full functioning organ up in their head. Okay, yes, I've got this form pulled up, but I'm not quite sure which one Silver is referring to, because the form is numbered as 3A, and they were asking about 7. So I'm just not sure which one. So if you can clarify which thing you're specifying, I'm more than happy. I'm also more than happy to show it on the stream, but I just want to make sure I know what I don't want to answer the what you're not asking.
Testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any.
That's mostly referring to Waldman, as that was pretty much what happened, is that he was instructed and he accepted instruction to not answer questions as they would break attorney-client privilege, which basically this almost takes Waldman's testimony almost entirely off of the record. Because they think they only managed to ask like maybe 5 questions that he was actually able to answer that wouldn't have like been outside of his attorney-client privilege and part of his contract. So they just didn't do a good job in trying to get through what was going on with Waldman. So, in my opinion,
inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number 1, any loss or injury to his or her business, number 2, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering, number 3, any injury to his or her reputation, and number 4, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard.
So when she said out-of-pocket damages, all I could think of was Amber Heard's gonna pay for all the candy Depp's team was eating. They just stop off at the bulk bar and get a bunch of gummy bears. This is good. Amber Heard's paying for this.
Can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
All right, so here is where we get to closing arguments. So before we actually get to that part, now that we've gone through what the jury has to do and what they need to deal with and cover. Sorry, let me just move this about here. I might have to move it just a little bit more, but let's bring it up, shall we? Hey, cool. Zoom in a little. So here's the full PDF document of what needs to be dealt with. I'm just putting it right on top of everything just because it's important. And here is specifically 3A, which I believe that's what you were asking about. So 3A has that you have to have yes or no. If you answer 3A no, please proceed to question 4. But do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? Yes or no? Right? So if you answer yes, please answer yes or no to the following question. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that 1. The statement was made or published by Miss Heard. 2. The statement was about Mr. Depp. 3. The statement was false. 4. The statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. 5. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. 6. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. All right? So, question 1, 2, 3 are all the same form with different bases, namely a different name. Yes, and so this is particularly for Depp versus Heard, and these same things apply. Sorry, they're over here. These same things apply to Amber's claims as well. So she has to prove the same things, right? So, I mean, chat, do you want to tell me what yes or no? So let's actually go through it. To 3A, do you guys vote yay or nay? Yes or no? You can use a Y, you can use an N. So do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer yes or no. I'm going to say yes, but you guys might not think so. For number 1, so for each of these, because there's 1 to 5, right? So put 1 yes or no. Oh, hold on, let me type it up. Put 1 for yes or no. All right. So the statement was made or published by Miss Heard. I'd say yes. If you just have yes all, then yeah. Question 1. I can find all yes. Yeah. The statements was about Mr. Depp. Yes, obviously. That was the case. She even said so. Was the statement false? Yes. I think that all of her statements were false. I don't even think she faced that much backlash for talking about Johnny Depp in the first place. She's getting backlash now. Now she's seeing the force of backlash. Back then, she was not seeing the force of backlash. The most she got was people being confused. Definitely not the full force of, society is destroying me. No. As society is destroying you now. Nobody wants to play with you. The statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. Absolutely, yes it does. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. Yes, in fact, she intended to make it worse. And not even her lawyers, the Washington Post lawyers wouldn't let her. Due to circumstances, I feel like I would have a hard time filling this form out without wanting to, like, write all of my reasons as to why this is bullshit. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Yeah, duh. If you answered yes to each of the subpart of the questions of 3A, answer the following question. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Miss Heard acted with actual malice? Yes or no? And I'll make a poll for you guys for that one. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Nope. Miss Heard acted with actual malice? Question mark. Okay, I used capitals. I use capitals for the bolded parts, just to be clear. My question is too long. Fuck. I'm just gonna change the beginning to... There we go. That works. So instead of, do you find that, I just said has, just so the question would fit. So feel free to vote on that. And you guys let me know what you think. Because again, we're not the jury. We're allowed to have these conversations, we're allowed to look at stuff, and we're allowed to do outside research and all that good shit. So let me know. Let me know what you think. So I think that pretty much covers the was there any more questions about this before I take it down and move on? Because I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything for anybody. The review the questions of 3A. Sorry, I want to make sure that I actually got... I want to make sure I actually answered the question and didn't just, like, derp my way out of what you were actually asking. Stop at 5 and talk about designed by her. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. It basically means she's the one who wrote it, right? Because it's like made or published by Miss Heard, and then the implication was designed as in like she intended that it was to be damaging towards him. She intended to make sure people knew that it was about him. She intended and designed it implicitly to defame him, basically. Like, she did it on purpose. She wrote and did it on purpose that like this wasn't an accident. Right? There's an intention, which, I mean, in my opinion, she admitted to. She straight up said that she did it because he had power and she wanted to take that power away, which is that's, eh. She said she wrote it on the stand in her last testimony because Johnny was a man in power. And she didn't want him to have that power anymore. But yeah, number 5, the designed part and intended is that this wasn't accidental. There wasn't a mistake made. She might have written and published it, but she might not have intended it to do any damage. So that question is clarifying the intention that if she did it on purpose or not, accidentally or not, like happenstance. Hopefully that clarifies your question. Yeah, we are watching we're mostly here to watch the closing arguments. I just wanted to make sure that anybody who had any questions about what the jury needed to do and the jury instructions, so that way the people wouldn't be confused down the line. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. I was overthinking the word design because I thought perhaps it could have been suggested by her friends or the attorneys. It certainly could have been suggested to her. Like, she could have, like, let's say that there was somebody in the background that was encouraging Amber to do what Amber has admitted to doing. She is still the one who takes the responsibility of when she posted it, she intended for it to do what it did, whether she was getting advice or not. No, thanks. All right. So let's take this down. I think we're good. I kind of want to, maybe I'll leave this on for like another couple of seconds, just so that way people can, if anybody's got questions, I'll refill my tea. So if you have a question about this in particular, I'm looking. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure everyone knows what's going on. Because I don't. I am actually a walking definition of anybody can make a YouTube channel. This is like how anybody can say anything about anything on the internet. So you gotta be careful out there. Are we good? Okay. I'm taking this as we're good. Yeah. Better not. I don't want to hear no questions later. You better not be messing with me. All right, hit play. Oh no, don't apologize. I wanted to go through it so anybody could ask questions and get any clarifications as needed. So.
That work? There you go. You go. I think so. Good. Nope, you had it for a second.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, she's waiting for her microphone to get turned on.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los
All right, I'm going to pause there. Is the volume on that okay? She sounds a little bit quiet on my end. I just want to, can you guys hear that all right? Because the microphone change it sounded like her volume came down a little bit. Does that need to come up a little bit? That just me? That seemed like the volume needed to come up a little bit.
Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
So this was entered into evidence. Almost like everything that you're going to see is all stuff that has already been entered into evidence. You're not going to see anything that hasn't already been shown, and with greater argumentation and rebuttal. So this is just like what the paparazzi had put out during the time when she went to what Vasquez is talking about.
Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence. And
yes.
know it's a fair fight and see how many people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case,
that's a really smart clip to play during this talk. I knew it would come up for sure. I just wasn't sure when it would come up, and throwing it out right at the very beginning is probably really, really smart. And having Vasquez be the one doing the, oh my God. This is why I don't have a puck cam. This shit doesn't work. There we go. It's just slowly slipping down. Come on. There we go. It's just, there's a very, very, people like Vasquez. They know that people like Vasquez. Vasquez was also the one who was doing the cross of Amber, right? So she's probably the smartest choice for Johnny Depp's team to go with for these closing statements. And to be like, listen, she didn't expect that she would actually have to do this. Because look at when she even said these things. Oh yeah, tell the world, Johnny, that you're being abused by me. Well, she didn't, okay, let's go, bish. I mean, it took 6 years to get here, but they got there. So, props to that.
Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses.
So yeah, that's something that happens when you when you're very angry, and this is not just something that people with disorders deal with, although it is to a different degree. I'm not going to discount that in any way. If you live your life at an 8, like you're suppressing whatever current emotion you're feeling, and you can only do that for so long. And if you live at an 8, you are 1 away from boiling over and exploding with anger or frustration or sadness or whatever it is. And when you explode like that, the slightest thing can set you off. And you don't know necessarily, because this is not a slow trickle, this is not a controlled situation. You're putting yourself into a uncontrolled state of mind. And so you go from your 8, which you feel like you have control, it's more of a veneer than it's actually, it's like smoke and mirrors. You've come across as you're controlled, but just under the surface, and people will catch on to it. It's not, particularly when they are around you for longer periods of time, is that you are not okay. And it's not, however you explode is generally not going to be productive. So, there's that.
That Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James. Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during
I'm so sad. Like, why are you? Oh, sorry. I had a reaction to her expression. Oh, yeah. Puck is here as an emotional support dog for people who are going to find this difficult to listen to. So enjoy emotional support, Puck, for everybody involved.
Their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him, because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad, it's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
To avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
This audio clip, by the way, is after Australia, right? So he's like talking about his finger getting injured and what had happened, and she doesn't go, well, no, I didn't hit you with that bottle, or no, I didn't do any of that stuff. She doesn't, in any of these recordings, is she ever complain about being hit? Does she ever, like, this, if everything that had happened to her that she claims in Australia was true, this audio would be a whole hell of a lot different. It'd be like, well, you hit me with a bottle, and she'd be like, yeah, and you strangled me against the wall. What are you talking about? But that's not what's being discussed. It's not even close to what's being discussed. Right? Like, this is this audio clip is devastating. Oh, but you mean, to be fair, all of the audio clips are absolutely devastating. So, there's that.
You heard Mr. Depp testify he went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one.
We stand Disney lawyer.
You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking...
Just before that audio starts playing, April made a really, really, really good point in the chat. They said Johnny's so good at being still. So there's something, and I knew this was going to happen, and I'm looking forward to going in and watching some of them in after the fact, because I've been kind of staying away from watching too much of other people's content to not influence myself. But the body language people are losing, like they're having a field day, as they should. But the difference between, yeah, somebody's mowing the lawn right outside because it's Saturday. That's what Puck's into. Oh yeah, you gonna protect us from the lawnmower, buddy? Thanks. Big preach. Good job. So, the difference between the way Amber Heard is sitting and fidgeting and she is visibly uncomfortable, not in a PTSD kind of way, but in like a, I don't want to be here, I don't like what's happening, I'm having a hard time managing myself. But part of that also has to do with she sits at an 8. Her emotions are at an 8. She is ready to blow a gasket nearly 24/7 via the diagnoses that she's received from her own witness doctor, as well as Dr. Curry. And I think Dr. Curry nailed the nailed that diagnosis. Like, hammerhead nail. Accurate. She is so uncomfortable because she's full of shit. Like, and obviously so. Whereas Johnny is like, he looks sad, he looks tired, he looks exhausted of this, but he also looks like he doesn't he's like, this has to happen and I accept what's going on type of things. Hello Ernie. How you doing?
Well,
I remember hating you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay.
She
I'm
definitely
sorry.
hit
I
a
didn't
kick the
hit
door
you.
into
It
his
was
head.
in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
Guys,
Heard her
she
admit
just
it again.
reacted. She doesn't have to take any responsibility for her actions like, an adult. She just reacted, and she was reacting to what Johnny was doing. So it's all Johnny's fault, really. That's how that works, right? Yeah.
Claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you, Tara?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there.
Yeah, that audio is
Quote,
devastating.
I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording.
You shouldn't
play one
have
more.
to be honest. I understand the argument. You shouldn't have to imagine the roles reversed. If you have to imagine that, then...
That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting, man.
She's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some of the best performances in the
No,
fucking
you're
tragedy.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance. How am I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't-
else that you do? Oh, come on.
don't
Be
regret.
word.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to you
fucking
anytime
lying
with
piece of
positive
shit.
there.
What? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid
want
show.
to know. I want
Get out, your Uber's out.
kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah,
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Go on.
Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard.
Fucking just that clip with Vasquez at the end saying, this is the real Miss Heard, is like, fucking wow. Just wow. This is why we have emotional support puck right now. Everybody make sure you take a breath, drink some water, mocking him, calling him names, basically undermining his criticisms of her within the within the relationship is what's going on there. She's abusing him in there. If you want to know what she is doing, ultimately, she's being emotionally, at the very least, emotionally abusive, if not emotionally and psychologically abusive. It's this is not the way shit goes down for this is Amber Heard is a mockery of the Me Too movement. She's a mockery of victims. She's literally mocking a victim in that audio clip. It's just nasty. It's just absolutely disgusting behavior. It is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. So to try to then be like, well, the world's not gonna believe you. Fuck you. I'll do what I want. I hate it. I'm gonna eat a strawberry Pocky because that's gonna make me feel a little bit better. And I'm gonna pet Puck because emotional support doggo is best doggo. We love Puck. All right, hit play.
The one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Ms. Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to people.
Side note, during, because Vasquez makes a good point here, that she was pausing for paparazzi. She did that while on the stand. She was pausing for court reporters to take pictures of her. while she was on the stand. Right, that was happening during her first. I think it was her second day when she was getting cross-examined. So, you know, there's that. as it be, as it do.
Magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later. In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word...
I could not believe that part from her testimony, or from while she was testifying on the stand and being cross-examined, that she was trying to play off that she just didn't understand the difference between donate and and pledge. I use these words synonymously, yeah? I use the words yes and no synonymously. Like, what are you even talking about? It's like, it's absurd, absolutely absurd, insulting that you would think anybody would buy that in any way, shape, or form. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
I see now why there's a meme of Rottenborn covered in sticky notes. That's really funny. I love it. I'm about this. It's great. I don't know what she's passing notes back about, but like, I don't know.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement, you got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU.
She also, by the way, while she was on the stand, when they were asking about the money she donated, when Vasquez was asking her about that, she contested the amount of the divorce settlement, of saying that because Vasquez said the 7 million, and then she's like, well, 6 point whatever. But I assume she was talking about taxes, but this is her saying 7 million, 7 million, 7 million. It wasn't about the money. 7 million. It wasn't about the money. It's not about the money. I needed to show that argument. Blah, 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 blah. Excuses, excuses, excuses.
You is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
I wanted nothing except all that stuff I wanted.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has.
Yeah, this is a good point, specifically because, and I've talked about this before, none of the audio clips that have been presented in court do have her complaining or talking about being injured herself. It's only her talking, it's only them talking about how Johnny's been injured or hurt or what. It's just her abusing him. None of these audio recordings have this going the other way. And there's an additional just missing things that she threw her attorneys completely under the bus for, and her divorce attorneys, divorce lawyers, under the bus about the TMZ article. So she has no like sense of, I don't know, and it's not loyalty isn't the word, but she's gonna throw anybody under the bus, right? So there's like a degree of what the actual fuck when it comes to, you saw Adam Waldman when he was being deposed, saying that he couldn't answer questions due to attorney-client privilege. If her attorneys and lawyers sent privileged information to TMZ, they are fucked. They are fucked forever. Forever. Not, like, their whole career's done. You don't do that. That's not how that works. It's not how the practice is. And it's the same with the doctors and nurses. If the doctors and nurses ignored her injuries and did not document anything, because they're obligated by their field to do so. An EMT, it can't, even off duty, can't just drive by a car accident. They're required by their job to pull over and offer assistance and provide assistance. They don't get to just walk by, right? So to say that all of these people who have obligations outside to a greater body, let's say, to report these things and to have these things on record and record them and to offer assistance and provide assistance in emergency situations. And what the whole Australia situation, if it was as she described it, would absolutely constitute an emergency situation for her person. Like, she would have had so many injuries from that. Like, the thing is when somebody strangles you, it fucks up your vocal cords. So they would hear that. There would be bruises on her neck. There would be, like, scratches and cuts like she said she had. And the nurses and doctors and EMT workers would be required to record this and deal with this. So it's let alone her saying that I've provided, basically not answering the question when Vasquez was asking her, hey, you said this. Where are pictures of this? You went to the Met Gala. Where are pictures of your injuries from this? And she's like, well, I turned everything over. Well, you haven't provided any medical records. They haven't been shown to the court, have they? Well, I turned everything over. So you're saying that your attorneys just didn't show pertinent evidence to the jury? Well, I turned everything over. She can't take responsibility for anything. She's not going to say, well, I don't have any pictures of that, which would have been a pretty straightforward answer at the very least. I don't know. I'm going to hit play again. I digress.
And what you've seen multiple times is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in the kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a
that
fucking
doesn't
savage.
say what you think it says.
But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her.
So it's not even just that she gave somebody who she supposedly is afraid of a knife for his birthday, but also this is an abuser giving their victim a knife for their birthday that says until death. Like, that's not spooky. Like, that's not to intimidate him at all, right? Like, what the fuck? What? Eh. All right, sorry. I wanted to point that out real quick.
Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like. Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face. Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
You know, I'm almost surprised that she didn't try to say that long line of shadow on her back from the sash that's over the back. I'm kind of almost surprised she didn't try to say that was a bruise from his leg. I've got like with how absurd some of her claims have been. This closing statement so far has been devastating.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame.
I have no idea what that face was, who she was looking at, or like, was she trying to, I don't know where, was she looking at Elaine? Was she looking across at, like, behind Elaine at Vasquez? Was she trying to look at Johnny? I don't know. She's been, like, glaring and smirking and, like, looking at him throughout this entire, throughout the entire proceedings. And he hasn't looked at her at all. Not even once, admitted to her also. And I gotta say, I gotta give Johnny one thing. If he committed to, like, you will never see my eyes again, like, you know, Elaine fucking imitated him, like, are you, why would you do that? that? Sorry, there's so much to this, and it's just like my brain.
And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
That could happen during sex. Just
and here's
saying.
what Miss Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Miss Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Miss Heard described. Miss Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Miss Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Miss Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Miss Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Miss Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding.
Okay, so just to point out real quick that I thought was something that was, because it reminded me of it. Watching Rottenborn as Johnny Depp is explaining to him what a handle of vodka is. Just because Rottenborn was asking questions that he didn't actually want Johnny Depp to answer. I mean, you saw it from Vasquez too, because they didn't argue back. She's not there to argue with Amber. She's there to ask her questions to then move on to the next question, unless the answer is somehow needs to be dealt with. But watch God. RNGD Gaming says Law and Lumber did a good demonstration of how the bed broke. So yeah, hey, go check out other channels that have been talking about this stuff. Seems to be like there's a lot of cool, reasonable people who've been watching this really closely as well. I didn't do a whole ton of content on it because I thought, there are better people to sort of discuss definitely the legal aspects of things. I'm just here to suffer for your entertainment. And suffer I shall. Let's continue.
From her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Miss Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning,
took a bunch of pills. I mean, two.
Her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Miss Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Miss Heard. And no one, including Miss Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Miss Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles.
We stand
he
Disney
testified
Butler.
That Miss Heard didn't want to leave. That she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Miss Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Miss Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia.
It does seem that every time, so Amber will say something, somebody will contradict that thing, and then she'll escalate, right? To be like, well, actually it was way worse. But the thing is that she doesn't escalate a little bit. She, like, jumps the fucking shark. So it's like, when she gets pushback, she escalates. Again, because she's at an 8. She lives at the boiling point of, like, I'm about to bubble over. And so her behavior is, even on, like, slight pushback, is incredibly extreme. That is not the way somebody generally will respond to something like this, which is why she's gotten diagnoses from Dr. Curry, as well as her own Dr. Hughes, I think her name was. I was not a fan. Dr. Curry, I think, nailed it. Like, what good work, what amazing credentials. Like, I really do hope that Dr. Curry, I mean, does well in life. Like, she already has. Like, she ought to be in, like, some newspapers and ought to have some more exposure, I guess. Now, that might not be something that she actually wants, but having more, like, having articles written about, like, strong women in fields is encouraging to younger women. So I would love to see, like, maybe a little bit more on that front, if that ever comes out or is around. And we're gonna get, like, a Netflix. I feel like all of this footage ought to be, like, put on Netflix as an episodic documentary. And then you could just binge watch the whole thing, like something like that. I don't know. But I digress.
Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Kolber, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers.
It wasn't even a hard cast yet. It's
And
not like an
telling me,
arm, like a big honking
The
arm
only
one.
picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name.
Yeah, some of these pictures of Amber
But
from
they are visually different.
6 years ago look like a completely different person.
One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face. The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom.
Just a note on her making things up. So there's actually been at least 1 or 2 cases where somebody has come forward to say that Amber Heard, the accusations and stories that she made up were actually other people's stories that she's taken from, or movies that she's taken from. So there's that.
But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Okay, I cannot wait to hear from Ben Chu. It's going to be fantastic. But I do just want to... I'm sitting here typing out comments, but I should just answer. Bullets asked, have I considered starting a new channel for Debate Hub? I, so far, am absolutely loving Debate Hub, and I just want to do more. It is a lot of fun, and there's so many great people with so much interesting things to bring up, to learn about. Is a great time. As for making it its own channel, because I think I already answered whether or not I would bring on like people like UFO stuff, or whether I'd talk about 5G, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, I'm absolutely down to host that kind of stuff. If I can set it up, or if you know somebody, or if you have something you want to talk about, or you know kind of a way for me to set something up, or like can hook somebody up with me, by all means do it. Let me know. Leave me a comment down below, or find me on Twitter, whatever. Fantastic. I'm so happy to do so. As for it being its own channel, if it gets popular enough, perhaps I'll either make it into its own channel, or if it ends up just taking over this channel, that may be the case. If that happens, then this channel will just get slightly redesigned and just get a name change. So it really just kind of depends on how well it goes, how much content or how many I'm able to actually set up. There were 3 today, or there were 2 yesterday and 1 the day before. There's been so much of that. I almost feel bad that I've been making so much content in the past couple of days that I'm just going to end up burning people out and overwhelming them. So if that's happened to you, I apologize. It was just the way it's scheduled worked out. There will be a new one I'm currently setting up, so we're going to get another one soon. That I don't want to spoil it, but I'm really excited for the people that I'm talking to come on. But yeah, it's probably not going to be its own channel, at least not for a little while. And if it does get like big enough, or if there's enough interest in it, then it might end up just actually taking over this channel, and then I'll just move some of my older stuff onto a new channel or something like that. But let's continue. I really want to see what Ben has to say. Thank you, Bullet. I really appreciate that. Oh, they gotta switch the microphone. Yikes. I guess that makes sense. Kate Moss' testimony was like a queen that spoke her piece and went. It was quick and easy. Yeah, they didn't even have a cross for her. She was like, yeah, that never happened. I also liked seeing like Johnny watching her and her seeing the courtroom, and like it looked to me like they were kind of smirking at each other. Like he seems to have good relationships even after the fact. He's been through a good number of divorces, but none of them have ever been like what
Thank you, Camille.
is involved with Amber.
Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a
at
room
the
with
start
her.
of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses. Make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now,
That's
he
his
came
sister.
to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy, when he was escaping, and he learned.
Yeah, Amber Heard is basically dragging down everyone's reputation that is associating with her. It's not fun to watch. Well, it is kind of fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. That's why people have been watching it. It's kind of fun to watch, like, just the absolute, like, dumpster fire devastation of what the fuck is actually going on. It's like, really? Why? Also, hi, Elusive Man. Good to see you.
Learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever No woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify.
About Amber's lawyers getting hate online. I mean, yeah, if it's true that Elaine was seen crying in the bathroom, that's sad and unfortunate for her. However, although I understand that she is doing her job, and it sucks when you're the lawyer defending the shitty person, right? I also heard that Ben Chu and Mr. Rottenborn shook hands outside of the courtroom, and that was probably to basically help restore them and curb some of that hatred that they're probably getting. Here's my thing. I'm just doing my job is only an excuse so far to behaving like a fucking asshole. Yes, Rottenborn is doing his best. Yes, Elaine is doing their best with this ball of fuck that they've been handed, and Amber's been like, hey, you see this ball of fuck I made? Here, unfuck this for me. They can't do that. It's just not something that they're capable of, and they're doing their best with what they've been given, which is a whole lot of bullshit. So in their defense for that, yeah, they're doing the best they can. And, you know, some of their, we'll get to them. On the other hand, if you're gonna be an asshole to people, expect to be treated like an asshole. You can do your job and still maintain a level of dignity and respect, like behaving respectfully. And they did not do that. They tried to frame Johnny Depp with their experts as somebody with mental deficiencies, and then treated him not like you would treat someone with mental deficiencies. So they also were not able to pick a lane when it came to something like that. So misrepresenting things, purposefully doing, again, you can do your job without being and coming off like a complete fucking prick, right? And so that was, you're gonna get treated like an asshole if you're acting like an asshole, because that is a different issue than what your job is or is not. So as much as that sucks and you're gonna get a lot of hate, maybe that some of the hate is not unreasonable. Notice how often Amber's facial expressions have nothing to do with what's going on. That and her constant scribbling really project a terrible, unbalanced image. Oh, yeah, well, you know. And I talk about PR, that's a whole other conversation.
This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That, Ms. Sure.
Because of course the first objection we hear is from Rottenborn. Right when we were just talking about it. I want to know what the objection is. Boo. I'll throw popcorn at the screen. Boo.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
Exactly
we
what
just
she
discussed
testified.
that.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it.
They're still at it, he says. Did you catch that? It's like, objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to. That's exactly what she testified to. Overruled the objection, turns around, they're still at it, and then continues with his speech. That was amazing! Holy sh... Because this is them making their arguments to the jury. I applaud you, sir. That was a brilliant quip to put in exactly where you did. Amazing. Amazing.
Much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement.
Oh, okay.
He
Yeah, I'll play it
owns
again.
his flaws. He, 2016, has, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you...
Objection, Your Honor. That... Miss... Sure.
So, yeah, this is when they go up, and then... Sorry, I clicked it back a little bit too far. This is going to replay again. That little... amazing. That is so... God, Johnny Depp's lawyers are so good. They are so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
Exactly
we just
what she
discussed that.
testified.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have...
They're still at it. I also really like that this is the Me Too without the Me Too. Nobody else has come forward to say that there's been any issues with Johnny Depp's treatment, in fact, of them. And in fact, it's the opposite, where people have come forward to testify in Johnny Depp's favor. Not only in court, however, because any of you who have followed outside of the courtroom, his Paradise has, and her sister, have gone live and like in interviews and have talked about this kind of a situation. Not specifically, I don't think this, I don't know if they were specifically talking about this trial, but about the overarching issues with Amber, and have come out in support of Johnny. So, and yes, Johnny Depp's lawyers have a whole lot to work with, a lot more to work with, but when the bar is, you ain't got shit, that's not a hard bar to breach. On the other hand, they have a lot to work with overall, because, you know, I think Johnny Depp, near the beginning of this, said that the best defense is the truth, and he just wants the truth to come out. And I think that in the face of the questioning that he's faced in this, he has carried himself so amazingly well, and has presented himself in such a good light, and has handled this situation with so much class, that no matter what this verdict is, he is now going to be a poster of someone who has gone through spousal abuse and has gone through this and come out surviving on the other side. He's the one who's going to come out ahead from a larger perspective.
Spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent...
Elaine just had a light bulb moment right there. I don't know if you guys saw that. What?
Abuser. He's not abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez...
And to make a point, one of the articles that we read the other day, because the mainstream media has been very staunchly supporting Amber throughout this process, is that they called Amber not a perfect victim. What Ben Chu is describing here is that Johnny Depp is not perfect, but he never, and he admits when he's wrong, and he apologizes when he thinks it's appropriate to apologize, but he never admitted or apologized or owned that he had hit Amber, whereas when you see Amber on the herd, she legitimately will not own up to any error whatsoever. Not a likable character trait.
I said this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those
changing story.
False accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the...
It is certainly a, there's certainly, like, you can't punish somebody for being good at something. You can't. It's certainly not a crime to be successful. That is not. Yeah, you can't. That's not how that works. Regardless of what the, sorry, I'm just looking at Helios's message there. Regardless of what the jury says, Depp has won this case, in my opinion. Hells, he could possibly even come out better if he loses the case because he'll become a symbol of just judicial bias against men. I mean, yeah, that's certainly possible or probable if that is the case. When do the verdicts come in? They're not deliberating over the weekend, so at the earliest Monday, but I don't know how long the jury will deliberate. They have lots of time to do so. So I'm not 100% sure about when. What if you're good at crime? If you're good at crime, you don't get punished for it because you don't get caught.
Tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood, and to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because
okay,
of what
my mistake. They're also not deliberating on Monday because Monday is an American holiday. Sorry, I'm a plebeian Canadian. I don't know American holidays very well. So yeah, so they're not deliberating over the weekend. The weekend is currently including Monday, so the jury won't be back together to deliberate until Tuesday. So at the earliest, it would be Tuesday. Well, it's not a crime to be caught doing something necessarily. It just depends on what you were doing. So you can be caught doing something that's totally fine and nobody will care. You guys trying to fight with me right now? You trying to start a fight? EMP made a good point and says Amber fails to realize how powerful the court of public opinion is when your job is to supply the public. Yeah, so there's something to be said about, because she seemed to think she would be able to utilize the court of public opinion when she wrote the op-ed and when she was posing, quote unquote, for paparazzi and TMZ at the courthouse. She was trying to manipulate and utilize public opinion. She also thought public opinion would be in her favor, which is why she was telling Johnny, like, oh, go tell them a man was a victim of abuse. So she's well aware, and if you remember, the op-ed is about how she faced our culture's wrath for speaking out against big me Johnny Depp. But like it's completely backfired at this point. It completely backfired.
Did. And because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by
Yeah, Me Too being co-opted by people like fucking Amber's pretty fucking gross, and her depiction of people who suffer and have issues and have dealt with abuse, and her caricature acting on the stand has been pretty not like yikes, just nasty, gross, trashy, yuck. Pick an adjective.
Mr. Wiggum. Quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging.
I also could not get over the witnesses that Amber Heard called, that were like, Aquaman's the greatest movie ever. And it's like, the fuck are you talking about? When did that happen?
It was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions.
Yep, and she's the perpetrator, and she's also co-opted, basically, Johnny Depp's victimhood onto herself, which is pretty fucking gross and nasty and disgusting, and I don't like anything about that. That's a whole lot of nope, none of that. As well as the quality of witnesses throughout this case has been incredible, like the difference, right? So Johnny Depp's team's witnesses have been like top tier. Amber Heard's team brought somebody who works at Disney who is like basically a Disney peon who doesn't know anything about anything that was going on, and everything, most of their questions were like, it was about her pay grade, and that's what she had said. Whereas Johnny Depp's team turns around and gets the executive that runs fucking Warner Brothers superhero DC movies, and he comes on and is like, yeah, we just didn't want to work with her. She sucked. Fantastic. Fantastic.
But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim. And Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late. unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against...
I really, really want to emphasize, as somebody who is of the female-esque variety, I would hate to have been represented or be represented by somebody like fucking Amber Heard. No. Who even asked you? Yeah. Yeah.
Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed, and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything.
I mean, we've definitely seen that while she's been on the stand and throughout this trial, and it's been corroborated by other people, including her own witnesses. On the other hand, I can't imagine having heard that audio of her speaking, like any of it. Pick any of the audio that includes Amber. And I can't imagine that most people are going to be able to watch her in a movie after hearing that audio. I also imagine that hearing that audio could be quite triggering for people, or seeing her after the fact could even be triggering for some people. I could also see there being people correlating her behavior and her smirking and then saying that she never laughed or smirked in this courtroom when there's pictures of her smirking and laughing in this courtroom. And like even visually seeing her being problematic for a plethora of people. And you know what? Fair. Fuck this bitch.
But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard...
That's one of the things that I think is absolutely a lie. She didn't face anybody's wrath about that. That didn't happen. What she's starting to face now and what she's going to have to deal with now once that this trial is over is going to be the wrath of a whole lot of people that she tried to take advantage of, namely victims of domestic abuse, as well, male and female, as well as how horrifically this courtroom, like particularly her and her lawyers, have tried to frame people who are addicted to alcohol or drugs, whether those drugs be illicit or not. They have tried to frame anybody who does drugs as a monster, as somebody who is inherently violent or will become violent inherently. People who are trying to detox and people who try to go sober on those drugs are being vilified for having a difficult time getting off of those drugs and struggling. They are trying to vilify that entire process of even trying to get clean. So that is an unspoken group in this, because a lot of people are talking domestic violence and a lot of people are talking about true versus false accusations. The way addicts have been treated by Amber Heard and her team is horrific. And this is one of the reasons why the backlash that Amber Heard's lawyers are getting is a little bit more deserved. When you try to you need to use better argumentation. Even if you have a shit case, that argument is real bad. It's real bad, and people are going to be mad at you for making that argument. It's been awful. I kind of hate it. Not gonna lie, I'm not a fan.
Heard states,
I'm sure we're going to hear it again.
Then
also,
2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time.
Amber Heard's team has better production than some YouTubers.
Abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood
is such a shit analogy.
Knew. And everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp. And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day.
She was boned as soon as she put that time frame in there for sure.
This day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis," unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I would just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our...
Elusive makes a good point, Me Too ambassador. Yeah, that's a bullshit title. And 2, if Me Too holds on to Amber for some reason after this, she will kill that movement in any manner you could think. If Me Too defends Amber Heard through this situation, they're completely undermining all their work and they've completely killed it, in my opinion. It had Me Too without the Me Too.
Culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth?
Feel free to vote in the poll.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today...
I'm just waiting for Rottenborn.
That way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side.
This is exhausting.
And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no-notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can.
I'm just waiting for
Were each of the
Rottenborn to object
statements
again.
false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply, that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years, and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please
Uncle
return
Johnny.
your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Oh, adorable. Probably a good call to take a break there. I was trying to figure out how to turn off the poor guy. All right, let's move us forward past the break, because there's no reason for us to stay and watch the break, because this is one of the reasons why I watch it after the fact. Because I don't want to sit through the break times. Oh yeah, the emotion from Chu has, their team cares and believes Johnny. They believe him. That you don't get the same. I'm gonna be very surprised to see if you get the same kind of investment from Amber Heard's lawyers. No pee breaks. I only get pee breaks. No. Do you guys want to take a quick break? We can take a quick break. Here, I'll pause this and give you guys a minute to break too, because we have been live for 3 hours. So I'll let you guys take a quick pee, and I'll be back in a, I don't know, I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Yeah, does it sound good? All right, we'll do a 2-minute break. Okay, I'll leave your comments on the screen. Actually, no, I won't. I'm not gonna leave your comments on the screen. I don't trust you guys. You guys are gonna get me in trouble. No, you won't. I trust you guys, but I'm still not going to leave them on screen. So, quick 2-minute break for everybody. After these messages, after these messages. Yo, that was 1 minute and 57 seconds, I think. 51 seconds. So you got 10 seconds left before I'll start. But, oh, welcome back. We're back. Kind of. Mostly. My tea is still boiling. Or it's in the process of boiling. But before we go back to starting this, I could never be a juror. They couldn't trust me not to Google everything. Yeah, I hear that. That would be really hard. I feel like I would be, I'd be looking up, like, as soon as somebody said, yo, Aquaman, best movie ever, I'd be like, what's the rating on that fucking movie? Motion to play Elaine's speech at 1.5 speed. You know, I am actually totally okay with that. So if that is something you want, I see that it got the motion got seconded. So, yeah, yes in the chat if you want Elaine's speech to be at 1.5 speed. No if you want her at regular speed. I am willing to take critique and requests from the side chat. Having a laptop to take notes would be nice. A punch and pie break? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, seconded. All right. We'll watch her at we'll watch her at a little bit of faster speed. Just gonna let people finish off their little mini break and come down. I have an electric kettle, but it broke, and then I found a spare one in like a cupboard somewhere that's like a metal one, but it doesn't turn off when it's done, so I have to like... I'm pretty sure it's a fire hazard. $1.25. All right. Yeah, 1.25 is fair. I'm down for that. That's reasonable. I respect that. I mean, I'm tired, man. Woke up at like 4 in the morning for a few hours. By a few hours, I mean till like 4 to 7. 75 tomato meter with a 73 audience score. That's actually pretty good. That is not bad for a DC movie, to be fair. A Drew Barrymore brand? Aquaman is not the 1999 cinematic masterpiece The Mummy with Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz. Yeah, that movie's amazing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, and I grab my tea. Weirdo. My dog's a weirdo. Alright. Oh, God. Yeah, electric kettles are great for cup of noodles. Alright, let's go, shall we? I like this judge, by the way. I think she's done a really good job in maintaining her courtroom, and despite the absolute circus that has been Amber Heard's team.
Seated. All right. Closing arguments, Mr. Rottenborg.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Did she not remember his name? No, I'm sure she did. I'm sure she was just waiting to see what they were saying. That would have been funny, though.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Rottenborg, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure. I don't want my social media showing up with this fucking guy's face. I don't want to be associated with that. But yeah, he makes a point here just right out the gate, which is decent, in that if there's even, as if one situation where Johnny Depp was in the wrong would be considered abusive, and thus all of Amber Heard's statements would be accurate. And that's not true. That's just not how things work. Domestic violence is something that happens with more than one situation over a course of time. And Dr. Curry talked about that quite a bit and sort of explained conceptually what that means. So one instance of abuse would not constitute a domestic violence case, was what she was getting at. Rottenborn is trying to prime the jury here to say that if there's even one time that you would consider what Johnny Depp did abusive towards Amber, you have to vote no on the card, which is simply not, that's just not true. It's not like that. Although it is definitely a good argument, it's just not the case. At least it's a good argument in this context.
Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
So for his first three things, if you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. It is definitely an old adage on the internet, pics or it didn't happen. But that's not what Johnny's team is saying. Johnny's team is saying, you took pictures of all this stuff, but you don't have pictures of the stuff that was... So you knew to take pictures. You did take pictures, just not pictures that are relevant. And then the next one, going ahead and adding in the question about if you didn't tell your friends. Yeah, this is not what the Johnny Depp's team had argued at all. So we'll see where he goes.
If you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you. A smear campaign.
So this is kind of an interesting line of argumentation, because it's entirely misrepresenting Johnny Depp's team's arguments and completely misrepresenting what their team has actually provided. Right? None of that was even remotely close to anything anybody has actually said during this trial at all. Actually, if anybody's getting close to that, is that they're trying to say that I feel like they're having more of an issue about who's allowed to be a victim than Johnny Depp's team certainly is.
Campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence.
Amber does not give two shits about this jury, especially if they don't agree with her.
Pay attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this...
My brain immediately went to old Red versus Blue. Why are we here? Oh man, I don't know. That's one of life's great questions. Well, why are it's one of the questions of the universe? Why are any of us here? What does it all mean? Well, I meant why are we here in this canyon? But are you all right?
Trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2008?
No, he's not coming back to the First Amendment argument. They brought that up at the very, very beginning, that this is it's protected under the First Amendment. And then throughout this entire trial, I didn't once hear them actually bring an argument as to why that was the case. And then he turns around and goes and starts his closing statements with this stupid fucking nonsense First Amendment argument. Are you kidding me? What a weenie. That's funny. Oh, what a guy.
18. That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide,
you cannot,
should someone
because it's not
be
applicable.
able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through. So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focus on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece.
And again, Amber Heard's lawyers are bringing up a different copy of what was presented and what Johnny Depp's team is arguing about. Johnny Depp's team is arguing about the online version. This has a different title. This has never been what Johnny Depp's team has been arguing. Rottenborn tried to bring this up to Johnny Depp while Johnny Depp was on the stand the first time, and it didn't fly. And he's trying to present this as if this is what people are upset or arguing about, when it's just not what's being addressed. I think that doing this is dishonest to try to bring this forward again. Elusive Man makes a really good point. Amber actually paid this dude. I don't know, did she? Or did Elon Musk pay for him? Good question. I don't know.
This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
So it's not different evidence. This is the same article that was, just to be clear for full clarification. This is the same article with a different title that was run in the newspaper. The online article had a different title, and that's the one that contains a good portion of where their argumentation is coming from. So they're just bringing up different shit. That's why you didn't see Ben Chu nor Vasquez bother showing this. Both are applicable, but the title is one of the major points of contention of the online.
Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that this statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove.
Something that I actually like that Rottenborn's doing here is Vasquez and Ben Chu were both standing at the podium speaking very directly to the jury, which I think is totally fine. And they had the person in the back with the red tie at the computer putting things on screen, which is very good. And it will work well for them. Mr. Rottenborn is walking and talking. He is looking back and forth. He's got the slide changer in his hand, so he's very much in control of what he can show. I don't know if he's going to be able to zoom in on things with what he's currently using in the current setup. It's possible, but I doubt it unless he's put in another slide of it zoomed in. But it's good to be able to like just not read off. However, Chu and Vasquez did not just read off either. However, they did not move too much. Like they spoke and moved around, shuffling more at the podium, whereas Rottenborn is pacing, which comes off sometimes from body language interpretation as authoritative. They're different styles.
And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article. And think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
But, okay, so this is actually not terrible argumentation if Amber hadn't said that she purposefully wrote it about Johnny because he was a powerful man and she wanted to damage that. So this would be good argumentation if your client didn't already admit that they did it on the stand. Also, the portion about sorry, my brain. The portion about saying that she's allowed to speak out, freedom of speech, is absolute nonsense. There are consequences to actions. Freedom of speech does not apply in this section. But as well, he said something interesting. I'm just gonna put it back just a touch. So I just want to listen to it again because it's a little bit interesting.
to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, these are the three statements. So the first two statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number two, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who...
So, legislation. What he is suggesting here, is passing to... Theoretically, I'm going into hypotheticals. To pass legislation that would allow any individual to make accusations and not be able to challenge those accusations either in a court of law such as this or have repercussions in any capacity for making those accusations is not a world anybody wants to live in. Because that spins things into a guilty until proven innocent like Johnny Depp is currently dealing with. Right? Nobody actually wants to live in that world because there would be zero repercussions for Amber Heard lying blatantly about situations that have gone on. There would be no repercussions for anybody ever. I could make accusations about somebody who's in a different state than me. And if there were legislative protections that said, hey, I'm allowed to say what I want and make whatever accusations that I want with zero repercussion as some kind of protection for victims. The problem is if you lied, you're not a victim. But you have to get taken to a court of law to prove that you've been lying, right? So you end up in the problem, like the believe victims thing is immediately thrown out when it comes to dealing with somebody like Amber Heard because they are not a victim, right? She's not applicable under that situation. If you lie about your situations and you lie and accuse people, there ought to be repercussions. So making legislative changes that would prevent that or prevent the investigation would be horrible. That would be awful. The ramifications of what Mr. Rottenborn is, I think, inadvertently bringing up here is a bad time. Now, as part of like rhetorical argument to the jury, yeah, I kind of to be expected. Sorry, I will now continue.
Accuse Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
That's just not true.
She obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it.
I'm going to start drinking every time he brings up
Under the First Amendment,
the First Amendment,
the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about.
Just because she said it was about Johnny Depp and it's talking about her experiences regarding Johnny Depp and what he did to her doesn't mean it's about Johnny Depp. Even though she said that she wrote it about him because she wanted to cause damage to the amount of power he had. Right? That was dumb. That was... I kind of see what he's trying to build, but that maybe should have skirted around that one. But I don't know. What do I know? I'm a goblin on the internet.
His abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that.
None of it was in the article because the Washington Post wouldn't let Amber Heard put any more into it. Otherwise, they would have gotten in trouble for defamation.
It would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends.
Oh no. Oh no. Defamation is notoriously hard to prove in a court of law. Amber's gonna have a hard time. Johnny's gonna have a hard time. This applies both ways. To make this statement that if anybody talked about their own life or relationship, it would be considered defamation, by that logic, is, yeah, name the fallacy, Icarus. Name that fallacy. You're right. That is an incredibly broad brush, at the very least, and certainly is not. By that same logic, you could turn around and say, anytime you've ever had any kind of heated disagreement with a significant other, it was abusive. And that's not how that works. Or you could even push it further and say, anytime you've ever had a disagreement with anybody ever, it was an abusive situation. Alright, I play. That's a lot to unpack in that one.
She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's
Despite
the only
her attempts
evidence
to do
presented
so.
about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp.
They had Johnny
fit those
and Mr.
into
Chu
what
in the
other women
background.
experience what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed.
Number one, that was a lie. What do you mean undisputed? Is absolute. That is the one thing that I think, like the very first one. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. No, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't. You might have gotten some pushback. You might have gotten some backlash, but you absolutely did not feel the full force of our culture's wrath. No way. That is just not true. This is not even remotely. This is about as true as Aquaman was the greatest film ever. This is about as true as Amber Heard being a comparable actor to Jason Momoa, or to, I don't know, there's like a whole list and it was all nonsense. So you know, pick any of the actors and actresses that was Gal Gadot. Like, no. No. This is absolutely one disputed, has been disputed, and I would say thoroughly debunked.
There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts.
You don't have to check your common sense at the door, but if you don't agree with me, clearly you have, is the implication there. But okay, the rhetoric here is fine. Besides, you know, it's wrong.
But you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that. That they're calling
We saw her
a liar.
try and cry and
You
fail.
saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting.
Yeah, no, it's not. They're not penalizing her for not speaking out or saying anything about this had happened. They're penalizing her changing her story and then only bringing this up because somebody disputed it, so she escalated it. Again, just as misrepresenting what's been said so far. I don't expect there to be much of an objection to the characterization, though. But we're gonna find out and see if we get any objections from Johnny Depp's team. There were 2 from Mr. Rottenborn, so we're gonna see if Johnny Depp's team object to anything. So far, nothing.
The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contains something that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article.
Whoops. That was a mistake. And the reason that was a mistake is because the jury needs to determine, when it comes to republication, they need, part of deciding whether or not something's been quote-unquote republicized means, was it sent to a new audience? So her tweeting that out, so that way her followers and making it available on Twitter for people who otherwise wouldn't have seen it because it was a paper copy, is incidentally admitting that it would have been reaching a new audience. But
what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have.
So actually what you can do is, if you're retweeting something, you can retweet something and only show the URL without showing the corresponding image or title. You can just do the URL. So there is something you can do.
Make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience, and if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added.
Exactly. The fact that she was tweeting it out alone is the republication part. The addition of her little notes about it and referencing the title that she totally didn't write is what I just said. I like it when Mr. Rottenborn agrees with me. It's lovely.
To the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, "Today I published this." That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered.
But now you're shaming her for not adding the thing.
This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are. Here we are.
Okay, but that's your whole argument about Adam Waldman, though. Your whole argument is somebody else wrote this thing. We're saying it was on his behalf, and therefore he can be held liable for it. But when it comes to Amber, you're like, well, I know she said she wrote this, and I know she said she had everything to do with this, but, you know, it's First Amendment. He can't hold her liable for the things she didn't write directly. What?
And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time.
Yeah, again, like I said before, that does not seem to be the case. A one-time could be considered a abusive or an abusive situation or an aggressive situation is not the question that's being asked, right? So I don't think his statement here is accurate. It's not a matter of one time. It's about whether or not what she said was true. Him being, let's give him that. Let's say that Johnny Depp threw something at her one time. Right? Let's say that. That does not constitute the lies, like the blown out of proportion picture she is painting from whatever that incident would have been, right? So even if you were to agree and say, hey, listen, hypothetically, I agree that Johnny Depp threw a thing at Amber Heard and was abusive in this one situation, does not constitute that everything in that article was true, and therefore you would have to find, you'd have to throw out his defamation case. That's just not accurate. Because it's about, that article in this case has to do with more than just a single incident. The only one that might be viable in that case is like if what Amber was saying about Australia was true, which is demonstrably is not.
And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse.
I feel so bad for Rottenborn trying to bring this forward because the audio clips are so devastating towards him and Amber's case that he's probably not even going to play any of them. And that ought to be like their biggest pieces of evidence. As so far, they haven't used any of the evidence yet. Just the articles that have been brought forth and the tweet.
That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one-eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one-eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one-eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Dawn Hughes, Miss Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Miss Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Miss Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard. She got that opinion, and
Dr. Curry did? I don't think that's what Dr. Curry said, but maybe I'm misremembering something.
that impression by reviewing the medical records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role of coercive.
Oh, you mean sorry, I was about to say what medical records. She didn't provide medical records, but he's talking about the psychological evaluations.
Control that Mr. Depp exercised over Miss Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career.
Physical stature and size? They're off by an inch. They're almost the same height. Johnny Depp's not a big guy. Not like from like a bulky standpoint. What do you mean physical size? We looked this up last time. Or not last time. One of the times I was talking about this, we looked up the height of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I'm pulling it up again because this is gonna 1.7 meters. So Amber Heard is 1.7 meters tall. Johnny Depp is 1.78 meters tall. In feet, why is it telling me that? Fine, whatever. 1.7 meters to feet is 5'5'7" or 5'8". So 5.58, right? So if we change that, that's Amber's height. Johnny's height is 5.80. 2 inches. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? The difference in stature and physical size of, yeah, about this much. You know, it's definitely enough to, like, just toss her around a room like a rag doll, right? Okay. Alright. Sure. That's what you want to argue.
By intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
To be clear, most people's dicks are bigger. There's a bigger difference, but are bigger than the size difference between those two. Like, somebody's penis is larger than the size difference and height difference between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Just to be clear. Dicks. Okay, I gotta lighten the mood. Look at this guy.
She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been.
Rose actually makes a really, really good point in the chat, saying that it is not comparable for a Johnny as a child being abused by his guardian, his parent, and being abused by an adult is not comparable to 2 adults in that situation of Amber abusing him is not. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. These are apples and oranges, basically. Michael said, "Hey, sorry, been away recently due to some personal issues. Back now. Oh, it's good to have you back. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're doing all right."
Presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words, or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win.
Yeah, I don't think they made that argument, but also there's something to be said about whether or not this case is about who abused who. I'm not a fan of the, oh, well, they were both abusive discussion, because that does not, there is no evidence of Johnny Depp being abusive. Him being angry, there's evidence of that, but it's not a crime to be angry. It's not a crime to slam a door. It is a crime to kick a door into somebody's fucking head. That's a crime. But just slamming a door is not. And trying to say that the abuse that Johnny Depp suffered at the hands of Amber Heard can just be completely ignored by saying he slammed some cupboards, and therefore he was equally abusive, or they abused each other because he slammed some cabinets. That is absolute nonsense bullshit. It is not a crime to be angry. It is not a crime for a man or a woman to get upset and be visually expressive about that. Do not compare slamming a door to beating a human. or beating a person or beating a dog. These are not the same thing. The door doesn't care. You're not going to hurt the door. You might damage the door, but it doesn't matter. This is a horrible, horrible comparison to be making. And this is, yikes. Just yikes. I know I don't want to say that he holds this position as a human, because that is something we definitely need to separate out and compartmentalize. Just because Rottenborn and Elaine, when we get to her, are making these arguments does not mean, it doesn't constitute what they believe as humans and as people. This is just this is the part of their job that is just their job. So I don't know what Mr. Rottenborn's actual belief is about the overarching implications of what he's saying, but from a point of abuse and apologetics for abuse, and to try to frame this as, oh well, they were abusive to each other, I think is real. That's not good. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. There has been no evidence of Johnny being abusive at all that has been presented. And what Amber has accused him of in that op-ed and in other times is so absolutely horrific. To say that he was angry is comparable to abuse at all is absolutely horrendous and absurd. But yeah, utter rubbish is a good term for it, yes.
Even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to.
If she's never pretended to be perfect, maybe while she was on the stand, she could have actually taken responsibility for literally anything she's done ever, instead of, throwing Mr. Rottenborn under the bus for not presenting evidence she didn't give.
Decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually,
nope.
If he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins.
Closer.
So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most...
These texts, and I think I've said this before, would be really, really problematic if he had sent them to Amber. He did not send these to Amber. That is a huge gaping hole in your argument. If he was abusing Amber, he would have had to have been sending these to Amber. He did not send these to Amber. He sent these to his friend after he was being abused and was frustrated and being lied about in the media.
Vile,
imagine being frustrated and wanting to burn somebody to the ground and having vented to your friend, and then that being like, well, clearly you were abusive, fuck you forever. It's the same thing with saying that, like, it's the same kind of thing as the cabinets. Him smacking around the cabinets is not abusive towards Amber. Him venting to his friend in frustration is not abusive towards Amber. Thought crime isn't a thing. As much as you might want it to be, nobody actually wants that to be the case.
Could ever imagine. That is
First Amendment right protects Johnny Depp's text messages.
So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that." This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course, he did.
Yeah, these are the text messages that people were looking at that said they were incoming text messages, which means he was sent these messages. He didn't send these messages. And that's in evidence. Like, you can, if you go and look at if you go to like the court documentation and find the evidence itself, it says incoming, not outgoing. So when Johnny Depp said, I didn't write these text messages, he's not lying. Whereas Amber Heard on the stand has been lying a lot. So the fact that Rottenborn has not corrected this is kind of embarrassing, in my opinion, but I don't know.
Even though he wrote the text under it that said, hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp.
One of the things that I get a little bit of a kick out of is like, he's a pirate. This is what he's like. It's like, are you serious? So there was a clip that I saw that I was like, wow, that's fitting. And it's like, wait, you were like talking to Jack saying, what, you were telling the truth? He's like, actually, I do that quite a lot. And everyone always seems surprised.
This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation.
I mean,
she's going to get
it. Both of those things are true statements. She wanted global recognition for what was going on. She got it, and then she got absolutely humiliated as the truth came out more and more and more. The thing is she didn't want, like, something that's interesting, little factoid about this case, is that it was not to be made public or televised by Johnny Depp's team nor Amber Heard's team. The court decided that it would be televised. Johnny Depp's team complied and Amber Heard's team did not. So draw whatever conclusion you would like from that.
He says, I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her.
Wow, imagine what a threat. What an abusive thing to say. I hope karma gets her. Yeah, all right. You could say, hey, I hope somebody gets hit by a truck. As long as you're not actively running around trying to hit somebody with a truck, you haven't done anything that's any kind of crime or necessarily been abusive. Sorry. If you decide to play League of Legends and you get shit on in the side chat, is it appropriate? No. Is it abusive? You tell me.
It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
Amber embarrassed herself.
That's how he ended the relationship, but you saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012, when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever.
Virtue signaling, dog whistling, and I did not actually see any definitive evidence that there was anything related or any sobriety thing related to Johnny's quote-unquote abusive cycle, other than Amber Heard's word to that. There was no actual evidence of that, and in fact, there was plenty of, one, contradictory evidence, and two, that everybody said Johnny was the same when he was drinking or doing any kind of drugs. So, to that, I guess.
And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard.
Are we saying that tattoos make somebody abusive now?
Because you're a fucking cunt!
Oh no! He yelled at her from across the room saying that she's a fucking cunt. Oh no. Context, please? He's talking about context, right? He's talking about context of the article? Can we get context for that audio? Or is it clipped like the TMZ shit? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but also calling somebody a cunt is not inherently abusive on its own. Neither is being angry, again. It might not be appropriate, but okay. Also, what about that is not true? Side note. Right?
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Miss Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him, because she didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, thank you, my darling Kipper.
Okay, so quick side note. Calling yourself a monster as, one, a platitude, like to placate whoever, right? Accepting that you are the thing that your abuser accuses you of is something that you see in victims on the regular. It is not uncommon to find someone who is being abused, believes what their abuser is saying, believes that what their abuser is saying, that they're worthless, that they're a monster, that they're a terrible person, etc., etc., etc. Aang says, Elon, please send her to Mars, and that's hilarious. Also, people who already suffer from trauma, or people who already suffer from abuse, are, and especially somebody who's like as dramatic as Johnny Depp seems to be in his writing. Every teenager calls themselves a monster at some point, as a general statement. Anybody suffering from depression or from anxiety, a lot of the times will think of themselves in these ways. So this is not convincing at the very least. And yes, it is a form of gaslighting.
He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within.
Ben is laughing in the background about something.
He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that, someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship.
Yeah, what a weird concept that somebody uses and abuses alcohol or drugs to cope with being abused. as well as somebody who is already suffering from addiction, as well as imagining taking ownership of your and taking responsibility for your actions, which is something that you said that Johnny Depp didn't do. You said that earlier. On the other hand, there's also this bit about the monster being something that is inherently something that is abusive specifically to Amber, and not saying that I'm a failure. I did not succeed in rehabilitating myself from said drugs or said alcohol. So Shay makes also a very good point. Exactly. You think, Shay said, I think he is referring to his addiction as his monster, but it might just be me. That is actually a very potent observation.
How dare she? He says,
You mean
need
how
to
dare
discuss the
he?
news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
What happened? She sure looks scared of him abusing her, right? It's certainly like she expects. It certainly is. Oh, so they clipped it. They used the other clip. They skipped out the end and him finding the camera when he's actually angry at her for finding the camera and saying like, this is what you want, right? Or they also they clip out her smirking too, it looked like. On the other hand, she surely does not look like somebody who is afraid that he could turn on her, does she? And in fact, if you listen to the rest of this clip, when he finds the camera, she doesn't look like she's afraid that he's going to hit her. And in fact, he does not hit her when he is clearly angry at her. So this video is actually evidence of the opposite of what Rottenborn is saying as you break it down, right? Particularly when you play the whole clip, since you thought context was so important about deliberating over the article. They have the full video, yes. Oh, what's this? Something on Twatters? Thrilled to see Johnny Depp added to the cast of Beetlejuice 2. Yo, hell yeah. Okay, first off, I was kind of concerned about a Beetlejuice 2. But second off, I'm kind of a little bit less concerned about a Beetlejuice 2 as soon as I saw this cast. I'll show you guys. Hold on. Yo, look at this shit. Hell yeah. I was worried about Beetlejuice 2, but first off, they got Michael Keaton. Hell yeah. Second off, they've got Winona Ryder, an ex of Johnny Depp. You know, Mr. Abusive Johnny Depp. And then Johnny Depp. So they're gonna make an abuser and an ex be together for filming, and neither of them care, probably because they weren't abusive. Wow. Also, hell yeah. Yo, I'm down for this. This looks like a grand old time. Thank you for sending me that. I'm actually kind of happy and excited for this. Hell yeah! Now I got a movie I gotta go watch. Shit. I call for a cabinet support group. We need a hotline for
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
So nothing happened to her this morning, meaning that whatever he's angry about is completely unrelated to her. But at least we're getting the second half of the video.
We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
Therefore, he is not angry with her. It has nothing to do with her. It doesn't have anything to do with her saying she was sorry. He is angry about something outside of her, and she is inserting herself into his anger. You know, something that an abuse victim does? Tries to make their abuser angry at them? Right? That's something an abuser does. Or sorry, that's something a victim does. Tries to make sure that whatever their abuser is angry about is them, because they're definitely afraid of him. Right? Amber? You're supposed to be afraid of him? Because he's a monster who beats the shit out of you on a regular basis? Wow. Isn't this the morning of his mom's death? I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'd have to double check the context around that. On the stand, he said that he did not recall what he was angry about on this day. So I'm not sure if it was his mom. I feel like he would have remembered if it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
That's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy.
Jesus.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing?
Is that supposed to be the mega pint? Is that supposed to be the mega pint? Because that, hold on, I'm going to click this back just a little bit, because that is just like a regular, that is like a mason jar on top of a, hold on, I'm going to play it for a second. I just want to grab the,
What happened?
yeah, blah, blah, blah.
No, that's the thing.
So that is maybe a slightly large bottle of wine that is already halfway empty, if not a little bit more, because the top's already drank down.
See crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
So that is not an empty bottle now anymore. That is also just like a mason jar sized cup that's got like a thing on the bottom. This is not. He also doesn't fill it to the brim, I don't think. Yeah, that is an average size bottle of wine. He didn't empty it. It's still got like at least maybe a quarter, a little under a quarter left to it.
Are you crazy?
Have you drunk this whole thing?
And that is a normal cup. That is a normal, it's not even one of those like, you know how sometimes you have like those really big, hold on, maybe I have one. We're gonna do some science. All right. So he's got something that is a cup that is maybe about like a mason jar sized. Like it's not one of those huge mason jars. This is like one of the smaller ones. To be fair, here's it compared to my head. I'm a very tiny person. And his hand like cups this thing, right? So here's a Gatorade bottle. So just for reference, because I know I'm not a very good size comparison, but this is like the size of it. Mason jar bottle, right? Okay. So here is like one of the larger kinds It's not the biggest wine glass I've ever owned. I've definitely had larger ones. But generally, you don't fill these up all the way. You fill them to maybe about here. Fill them to about halfway. So let's take a look. And I'm going to pour this into this, and we're going to see. I think the one he has is a little bit smaller than this one. So this is just as best as I can get because I don't have that kind of a cup. So, right? Let's see. That is about how much? So this is a full glass of wine. So there you go. There's your amounts that we're talking about. The mega pint. We've learned. Science. Now, let's do the next best thing and look at how this goes into like an actual something that you may be able to. So this is 710 milliliters. So I can't use that one because there's no water. We are an educational channel. We're gonna get like this right. So here's a bottle of an empty bottle of wine. So it is obviously bigger than that. This is like your standard size. So the one he's got is like the double of this, right? So this is also 750 milliliters, right? So this is 710. Oops, sorry, 710 milliliters. All right, so we're going to see how much of the 710 milliliters is going to get poured into this. So I'm probably going to spill some, but I'll try not to. I'll use this empty mug and pour over that, so that way we can try and catch whatever we miss. There we go. I missed almost none. That was a good pour. There nothing in there. Good shit. So that is just above. You can see just at this line here. So this is just over half of 750 milliliters. That's your mega pint. It's not even a Gatorade bottle worth. It's a mega pint. It also doesn't show how quickly he drank that glass. So, or if he had been drinking before this. So. It's fucking science. Call Albert Einstein. He invented space. All right. Let's keep going. This morning.
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
Just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
So wow, so he got angry, and he didn't attack her. He took the phone, called bullshit, and then potentially threw the phone. But you heard what that phone hit. It wasn't a face. It wasn't her. She was following him. I'm afraid that my husband is going to beat me. So when he was angry, I tried to make him more angry and direct his anger at me. And then when he took my phone and was angry at me, I chased him. And then he threw my phone in the garbage. Wow. That video doesn't show what you think it shows.
See that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were
smashing shit.
Wow, so you hear her smirk and laugh, you hear him walk away from her, then you hear her pick up the phone, laugh, and then follow him again.
Do you see Miss Heard laughing in that?
Wow. Wow. Digital Demonic Davros for 5 said, so a pint is a measure, which an actual measurement is around half a liter. Also, didn't know that amount in a glass equals irresponsible abuser. Yeah, nobody knows that.
She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February.
Who does what? Drinks wine and gets mad and sometimes, like, slams doors? 'Cause that's not that uncommon, Mr. Rottenborn. Who... Oh, next question, though. Who does that? Who taunts and tries to instigate the anger of their... What victim of abuse tries to instigate their abuser and then tries, when their abuser is angry, tries to egg them on and redirect their anger towards themselves. And then when the anger of the abuser is directed at their victim, that victim then chases their abuser when they try to walk away. And then when the abuser walks away, the victim then chases them further. So, yeah, who does that? I would love to see some statistics on this kind of behavior. Weird.
February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the...
You don't see him drink in that video. In that video, he comes in and he pours a drink from a bottle that already had liquor missing, but it's not clear in that video who drank that ahead of time. And he's pulling out a glass from a cabinet, meaning he didn't already have a glass going. And it's the morning, which likely means that bottle was left over from the night before, which is something that we do hear in the video. So this video is not indicative that he was already drinking ahead of time. In fact, it kind of shows the opposite. So, again, what he's saying does not actually match what we witness in the video.
Drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before, you're praying it won't happen again, but deep down you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change.
I demand that we get to sit and hang out, and everybody in the courtroom gets to sit down and hang out with Johnny Depp, drinking some wine, and let's see. Let's see if he gets into an uncontrollable monster. See if that's actually the case or not. We could science this too. Hey, Johnny, here's a mega pint. Drink. Let's see how you behave. Come to court drunk one day. Then go on the stand. We're gonna ask you questions. See if you pop off like we see with Amber. Science the fuck out of it. I want to go drink with Johnny.
Imagine your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse.
Wow, that's a wild animal. Somebody lives under a fucking rock, if that's what you believe.
That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of...
Looking that in context of their entire relationship makes Johnny look like a fucking goddamn saint. Goddamn saint. I want to go drinking with Johnny Depp for the sake of science. Right? I've seen this stuff with Uncle Johnny, and now I want to go drinking with Uncle Johnny because the evidence you're producing does not make me believe that if he's drinking, that he's going to hit me or be a threat to me in any way, shape, or form. He seems like he'd be a really fun and chill guy to talk to. I want to go for a mega pint. Can I go hang out with Johnny Depp for a mega pint? This is such bad art. Again, I apologize, Mr. Rottenborn. I know you have shit all to work with and you're making the best argument you can. Maybe you need to tone down your flowery language a little bit, but yeah, that's just my personal preference, and I'm not the jury, so you're not trying to impress me. I got you.
Of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of. And she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it.
I mean, that's not quite what was testified to, but I see what you're trying to say. But also, their response to saying she sent it isn't evidence of it being abusive or not. That's a different conversation. Again, it's also, please stop equating to slamming doors with hitting people and abusing people. Again, being angry is not a crime. Sorry.
Ms. Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public?
Listen, nobody come to the unnamed tavern tonight. There's going to be drinking and hanging out and probably some shouting and getting rowdy involved, and that might be abusive, so you definitely shouldn't come to this channel and subscribe and hit the bell to make sure that you make sure that you're definitely not coming to the stream tonight at 9 p.m., which is in 4:35, 36, 37, 38, 35, 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. Definitely don't come. It's definitely abuse. Yeah.
Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But
yeah,
Mr.
don't believe
Depp
the unbelievable.
thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true within the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp
really gonna look at the pictures of Johnny Depp sleeping again? Ugh. He gets angry, walks away from Amber. Amber chases him. That's what that video showed. Johnny Depp is sleeping. How abusive. I'm fucking misrepresenting what people are seeing. Jesus Christ.
Aimed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp.
Yo, that's weed, though. And also, that's the coffee cup Amber had in the other video, in the video we just watched. That's her mug. Or at least the mug she was using. Not the mug he was using. So either of them could have been using that. And also, that's weed! That's not cocaine. That's not medication that he was addicted to. That's fucking weed. Are you kidding me? That's a lot of weed, though. That's definitely more than probably one person smoked. And how do you know this is Johnny's? And how do you know Johnny didn't necessarily get it for her? I don't know. I wish I had that much weed. Damn. Damn. You smoke weed, you're abusive. Fuck you. I guess. Because that's what weed does to people. Makes you really aggressive and have a whole lot of energy. It's Snoop Dogg's typical morning, yeah, right? Maybe Snoop Dogg was visiting and Johnny was just getting prepared.
This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance.
I mean, I'm snickering, and it was funny as fuck.
Victim blaming.
He's
blaming
so abusive. Sleeping.
for taking this picture of him, for trying to help.
That is not victim blaming.
So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine.
Brown liquor?
Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall.
Yeah, don't remind people about what she said when she then had to walk it back after the fact.
Her on the floor screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what...
Hey, it's that cup Amber was using again. Weird.
Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car. And he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse.
Sorry, where's the evidence of that? Where's the
Let's
evidence?
go back to this.
Hey,
because...
instead of pictures of Johnny sleeping, where are all the pictures that Amber said she provided everything to you when she was asked about why there weren't pictures of things? Maybe you should be bringing those pictures up. Those pictures that don't exist because it didn't fucking happen? Wow.
Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way.
That is ridiculous. I don't think anybody said that or made that argument.
I know it seemed
okay.
like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security. who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Depp was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean.
I think Mr. Rottenborn wants people to believe that they don't get into arguments, or they don't get angry, or they don't have visceral reactions to things. People do that regularly. And again, that video doesn't show that Johnny was drinking before the video was taken. And like we said, you see him take out a glass, meaning he did not have one he was using before. At least not in the kitchen.
Who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the.
Oh my god, I forgot we still have to do Elaine. They only have 2 hours each. We are over halfway through this video, and Rottenborn is still going. I'm pretty confident that, I mean, I guess I'm stopping more often, but god damn it.
You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Ms. Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Ms. Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Ms. Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birth.
Oh, right. That's right, because the crux of their argument is everybody's just lying for Johnny. And you totally can't apply that to Amber's, definitely not Amber's friends. Definitely not friends with her. Definitely not buddies. They're not even friends anymore, guys. What do you mean?
Birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The way.
So everybody's lying for Johnny purposefully, but also Johnny's lying to everybody at the same time, even though they would lie for him anyway, no matter what he told them. Okay, sure, all right. That's not weird, but okay.
Witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them.
I want to point out something about the payroll thing. I want to point out something about that. Amber Heard paid out the nose for her experts. Like, way tons of money. Whereas, like, they asked one of the guys, I think it was the hand surgeon, because the two hand surgeons, right? The one hand surgeon was like, oh yeah, I get paid X amount, right? And it was like a large sum of money. It was like something like $5,000 an hour or something like that. And then they were like, how much does Johnny Depp's because they asked Johnny Depp's guy, how much are you getting paid for this? And he's like, $1,000. They tried to ask that, tried to ask that of Dr. Curry, and she was like, I don't know, I don't do my own billing. And then they kept, like, Elaine kept trying to ask her. She's like, I don't know, I don't do my own billing. Is it more than $3,000? And she's like, no, that's way too much. Cheshire, by reviewing this trial, is also lying for Depp. Yeah, right? I lied. All this water moving around, I lied. It was all magic. It was all magic.
And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we previewed they would do in the opening. But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this.
Elaine might have said way more. I don't remember what the number was. It was just like absurd. 300,000. Yeah, that's probably what it was. It was dumb as hell either way. It was like she was like, "No, that'd be way too much." But I don't know what the number is. It's definitely not that much, but I don't know what the number is. I just couldn't believe that she said, "I don't do my own billing," and that she just continued to ask. Like, it was bizarre.
There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility,
wow, imagine
yourself,
not going behind your significant other's back and shitting on them to their parents. Wow, what a weird thing to not do. You know, most people don't do shit like that. Most people who aren't assholes will not go behind somebody's back, particularly somebody they're married to or are in a relationship with, and talk shit about them to their parents. That would be ridiculous, and that would be abusive. That would be trying to manipulate somebody's family and turn them against their daughter, in this case.
Has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events. Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez...
Yeah, she got hit in the face repeatedly with rings and has no damage on her face. Yes, that is, I don't feel like bringing this up again is a good idea, but okay, let's hear your excuse.
Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident.
If it's 15 days after the incident and the bruise still exists on her arm, why would the bruise stop existing on her face, let alone the bruises that would be on her face from rings would have lacerations and cuts on them, and like abrasions? Why, if she was beaten around the face so much, does she not have them on? That's a terrible argument. Why would you say this? 15 days later, therefore the bruises on her face are gone, but the one on her arm isn't? Is that what you just said? What? Huh?
So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise.
But
and she texted, look who
then
she
the
texted.
bruises that should be on her face should be 2 weeks old also. Yes? Huh?
That too. She texted to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville.
And what did it
You remember
say?
Hicksville? Obviously, there's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire, and everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms.
Oh my god, even the people that are supposed to be rebutting Rottenborn are bored. Oh no.
Involved. There was some drinking, and Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is, but then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand.
Protection from a third party. What do you mean? That makes no sense. Okay.
Forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard...
Yeah, he's just, oh yeah, we heard the guy who came up and said there was $60 worth of damage to a light. Mm-hmm. Okay.
This Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that.
You see them shaking their heads. Yeah, that's not what he testified to. That wasn't said at all. I'm curious if this is going to get objected to.
That's how he injected himself into this trial.
Yeah, that's not what anybody said.
$62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Heard, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer.
They're not bothering to.
The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry.
So far, no objections from Johnny Depp's team, but I think that they're gonna end up rebutting him, saying like they're just making shit up now. They're making shit up here, they're making shit up there, they're making shit up.
The man's admitted that he smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions.
It, not individual.
So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May 2013. This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013 when Mr. Depp looked a little scared.
That's hilarious. An Amber Alert goes out so that way everybody who's got their fucking... An Amber Alert goes out. She's just like, hey, everybody, make sure you have your phone silenced. Amber Alert goes off because everybody already did have their phone silenced. That's so funny. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is, remember when Johnny Depp was invoking karma? That's karma's answer. Wee woo, wee woo. Oh, no.
By the way, his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you.
Severe weather warning. It's an Amber shit show.
You're an embarrassment. That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her.
Rare insult. A lesbian camp counselor.
Sickening.
God, sickening. How... Oh no. Oh
this
no.
text. Let's fast forward a little bit to actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you,
where's the flight attendant?
He always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, P.S.
But she also said, I've never known him not to wear rings, and she said he always wore rings. So, Amber said a lot of contradictory shit.
1248. You can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring.
I'm not looking at a picture, so I don't know what you're
saying.
And so, that wasn't a picture, that was a text.
They're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he...
Except that time that she was asking about if he was wearing rings, she said, yes, he was wearing rings. So what the fuck? Yeah, and again, where's the flight attendant? Why didn't you pull her onto the stand? What the fuck?
He wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, in London, Mr. Depp was filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work, going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control that Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse. And there's been a lot mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about
isolating people from their friends is abuse. Removing yourself from somebody who's being self-destructive before you marry them looks to me more like Johnny was sort of looking for ways to get out of getting married to her and then just failed, which is something that happens to victims. Because people will say, well, why did you marry them if they were so bad? Because they're a victim. And they got trapped. Bruh. Hello?
Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why
Amber
she
isolated
didn't want to leave,
him
because He goes off with his friends, and
he never isolated her. He let all of her friends and family move in to the penthouses for free and made sure they were able to stay there if she wanted them there or they wanted to be there. He was being isolated by her, not the other way around. She's the abusive one here. By all the things you're testifying to counts as abuse.
Off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco, and Ms. Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up, she could guess by the way he was moving, she knew what was going to board that plane, and it wasn't Mr. Depp the man, it was Mr. Depp the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk, I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called
Yeah. Amber's words.
her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
You want to talk about abusing somebody? Recording them when they're struggling with either addiction or being sick and then weaponizing it against them. That's kind of abusive and manipulative. I wonder if there was ever any time that Amber said, do this or don't do this or else I will show this recording to other people or I will release this other information. I'd be curious.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne.
He could be doing vocal exercises for all I fucking know. Why is there no video to this audio, by the way? If he was so bad and she was already taking pictures and videos, why is this only an audio recording and not a video recording as well? Seeing as we know she knows how to use a video recorder. Weird. I wonder if this is actually the original file or if this is also a copy. And maybe there is video that goes along with this and it just isn't being presented.
That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do
You're legitimately using those numbers as if they're literal numbers and not an exaggeration, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but drinking the night before does not equate to drinking that day, nor drinking on that flight. So both those things can be true, and he could have just been hungover and been sick from being hungover and drinking so much, or consuming so much of various things. Which means it's like, if he's all hungover and feels like shit, it do be like that sometimes. I got a bit of a headache right now. I was drinking yesterday. Although, to be fair, I didn't have a headache, and I've garnered a headache watching this, so it might not have been from drinking last night. It might legitimately just be from this fucking nonsense. I didn't have a headache before Rottenborn was talking, therefore he must be responsible for my headache, in which case he owes me $62.
You get an angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the
Which
head.
was not towards Amber, because this was before he went to pick Amber up, so he didn't scream obscenities at Amber or do any of these things to Amber, even by this admission. Why are you admitting shit that goes against your argument, dude? Come on. This is the best they have,
one I love.
Is the answer, which is
For
kind of sad for them.
Well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself.
Because that's how normal people describe abuse and beating the shit out of somebody, is got shitty. Okay. No admission of actual abuse here. It's shocking.
Look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to
we're going back to that, are we?
Before we get there, we can talk about January 25th.
Slipping that shit in there?
At the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say?
With his rings?
Her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is, if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
No, that is absolutely the case. What are you talking about? If you were abused to the level that Amber Heard describes, it is not possible that you have no marks. So, what the fuck did you just say? What the fuck did you actually just say? We all know that just because there's no marks, it means it didn't happen? Or it doesn't mean it didn't happen? No, we don't know that. That's the opposite of what people know in general. Specifically in general. If I get hit by somebody, or hell, not even somebody. If I get hit by if I walk by a table and I hit my knee on that table, I expect to see a bruise. And I expect that bruise to last a couple of weeks. So what the fuck do you mean? That's the opposite. That's the and let alone something as aggressive as what Amber Heard describes. This is ridiculous. That's just bullshit. And also, you know, it's just bullshit. That was just bullshit. He's just bullshit in there. Just trying to make the jury think that it's weird to say that if somebody punched you, then if we don't see any marks, then it's likely that people... It's not even if somebody punched you. It's if you say somebody punched you, and you say you have 2 black eyes, and then there's pictures of you with no black eyes, maybe you weren't being 100% truthful about what you experienced.
February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright. that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's
What
a joke.
a weird
joke
thing
made
to
on his wedding
say.
day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming the...
I mean, I wonder if it was more like... Because, I mean, I could see somebody saying something along the lines of, I could hit that without anybody saying anything to me, because, like, you don't have people saying, like, oh, you're having sex out of wedlock or something. And punch? Okay. Okay.
Danish girl to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants, who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one...
I want to point out that I hate the layout of these text messages. This isn't a collage, dude. Can you please keep your shit a little bit better organized? Thank you. Yeah, he hit her, not punched.
On the bottom right, you'll remember, you've seen a couple times, this is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag.
We all know what happened in Australia.
She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall.
Ew, didn't you guys know I broke my nose last night because I slammed my head too hard against a wall? I currently have 2 black eyes and probably a broken nose. I'm not seeking medical attention, but I'm just wearing makeup, so you know, you would never be able to tell. I had ice on it all last night because I drank too much and I fell and I ate shit. I'm gonna go be an asshole to everybody now. All right.
And I won't go through. You remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck.
Rottenborn, I need to pee.
You remember her saying that he threw her on the
I'm trying to wait to get to Elaine before I pause.
You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that
I need
at some point
snacks,
he had a
man.
broken
Come
bottle against
on.
her face, and he told
Are
her
you
that
trying
he
to
was horrified
filibuster us?
that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you.
Impeach?
And then you heard Ms. Heard
perjury?
testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night. Where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass.
Rottenborn, I surrender. You win. This Johnny Depp's an abusive monster. Let me leave. Let me leave in peace. Gage for 10 said, does this particular case need the jury to be a majority or unanimous to avoid a hung jury? Cheers for the men and women abuse justice. This needs to be unanimous. So everybody needs to agree. Good question.
I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone.
I surrender.
I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken.
Pressure in my
I
pubic
didn't know
bone.
if the bottle that he had inside
That
me
might have been his fist.
was broken. This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his
Look at
finger.
Vasquez's
There's been
face.
testimony about what happened to cut the finger off. But frankly, it's irrelevant.
I'm just gonna start talking over him because
Amber
I've
could have chopped it
stopped
off
caring
with an axe,
about
and it
what
has nothing
facts
to
he's
do
talking
with
about.
whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave.
Actually, one argument about that I'm surprised nobody made is that because they were arguing saying like, well, the nail was still damaged, so it couldn't have been hit from the top. I don't know if you know this, but the top of your nail and your nail is harder than the underside of your finger, meaning that if something hits the top of your nail, it can damage the under. Have you ever had like a bruise or a cut that is underneath your nail? With the nail is, although maybe damaged, maybe not damaged, depending on what's going on, the nail remains intact. I've had this happen to me before. I've had cuts and been like had the undersides of my toes or my fingers damaged, whereas my nail remains intact. So the underside of your finger, of your fingy, is softer than the nail on the top. Also, he's misrepresenting evidence again. Just pointing that out. I feel abused listening to his bullshit. Yeah, man, me too. My poor brain didn't deserve that. Oh, did I test the grabby thing yet? No, I haven't. We need to do it for science.
The nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing.
Even with my pausing, is it just me or is this way longer than Chu and Vasquez put together?
Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing it? She doesn't know what she wrote. That's why she doesn't know who Carly Simon was. That's what she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right.
This evidence wasn't even brought by Amber Heard. This evidence was brought by Ben King, because we stan Disney Butler. And she claimed that they had cleaned it up to hide the additional damage that she described. So, bullshit.
Claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not. That there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep,
she couldn't hold it.
He takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
if you look at the bigger picture,
I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist, called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous, and I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career.
Where do you see half of that shit?
And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury.
I don't know if I don't know why this is used at all. Like, blowjobs are a thing, okay? Thank you. We get that.
No one who's hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury.
What? Oh, really? Okay, sure. What? I think that Rottenborn just wanted to read that text again. I think he's just... Nope.
But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to
Did Amber
you again,
submit all
because
of
they're
her
the most
texts to
vulgar,
Johnny?
vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's
Out of
not my style. I
curiosity?
wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This. Not what you heard on the stand. That. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
He admitted that he cut his finger. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse
For the
Bellotti.
love of
I
God,
just chopped my
someone
finger
on
off.
Amber's
But he does say
team,
it to Amber,
please
too. Remember,
comfort
we
this
played
woman.
one 4
Please
times,
comfort
and Mr.
her.
Depp
Look at
denied
her.
that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club.
That's not what
And
they
they got
said.
in an argument
but,
and
well,
Mr.
that's what your
discovered
guys
that he was
would
having
like
an
me to say,
affair
not the
with
other
a woman
one.
named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument,
If we wanted to use some of Rottenborn's argumentation, then what you would say is that, so you're saying that victims have to always use the exact language every time they're describing the abuse that happened to them, and victims can't internalize any issues ever, such as like internalizing that they are a bad person, which is what the abuser is forcing upon them, right? No victim can ever do that, because if they do, then they're the abuser there, right? They're not a victim. This argumentation doesn't fly. I get that he's doing his best, but this is not.
he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said,
with a
"I
pin in
punched
his
him
finger
square in the face. I punched him square in the face." And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the...
Please don't make a Jordan Peterson clean your room argument. Yeah, you don't need your hands to do that, but you know what you need your hand to do? Punch somebody and grab and hold somebody. You need your hands to do that. You don't need your hands to knock something over. This comparison is garbage. This is not equivalency. This is a false equivalency. Name that fallacy. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet. with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse. And it's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought.
All right, I think we got 10 more minutes of Rottenborn.
But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose.
Why did he ball up his fist and then headbutt her? A misdirect? Are they boxing? He faked her out?
So she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it.
Yeah, good point, elusive man. When was she ever walking on eggshells? We saw what she was doing when he was angry. It certainly wasn't walking on eggshells.
Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera?
No, you said she knew. No. That's not what that was. You said she knew when these cycles were happening and when it was escalating. And when you saw him being the monster in one of the ones she does, it doesn't depict what she says it does. And you have a whole nother situation where it's like, I had bruises on my face and I recorded parts of the abuse, but I didn't get everything. She doesn't even say that, well, I wasn't able to take pictures of that at the time. You had ample time to take pictures, just like she had ample time to donate the money. That's bullshit. That's just bullshit.
With another hand, you heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me.
Wow, oh really? So it's possible that the messages that you showed of Johnny apologizing might be an internalization of a victim? Weird. Sucks when your own argument defeats, it works against you so strongly.
And I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself. Yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party.
Johnny Depp's teens eating candy.
Exactly what she did.
What a bunch of narcissists.
How she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
Or the knife that Amber gave
We all
him.
know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
Why would you add that?
One of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at the X580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas.
So yeah, Erica Mitchell here makes an interesting point, says that Rottenborn is just doing his job the best he can for a lying client that he probably believed at one point. The thing is that there are statutes in place for a lawyer to extricate themselves from a client that is dishonest. We've covered it on situations like that on this channel before, where a lawyer can ask a judge to recuse themselves, or they can ask themselves to be removed, or they can ask themselves to no longer represent that client as they are being dishonest with their lawyer. That is an ethical consideration because the lawyer should not be lying to the court. So there are ways in place for Rottenborn and his team and Elaine to extricate themselves from Amber. They chose not to, for whatever reason, if they do believe that she is lying, or they have evidence that she had been lying, or if her lying was related to like if they were required to lie to the court on her behalf. Those would be situations where you would see something like that utilized.
For Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this
Did
time,
he say because you embarrassed me? Is that what he said?
Shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough.
Seriously, I need a bathing suit so I can test. I need to test this. I need to test if you can like grab somebody like that without being like if you're fucking Edward hit Scissorhand fingers up in here.
And then she ran out.
I need to science the hell out of this. I'm doubting the validity of that
That's when
capability.
He claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride, where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward.
She didn't tell you it was a halter top.
Her birthday party, just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over.
We're back to the birthday. We're cycling around.
But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down.
He knocked her down. She got back up. Then he held her down. Then what? Man, it doesn't even make sense when he says it. And he wrote this shit down.
And you'll remember Miss Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Miss Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Miss Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night, on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim, but these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple, that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through
I
the
don't
house,
see that
he
in that
destroyed
picture, but
pictures
okay.
of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office.
I am sorry,
He destroyed her
what?
friend Rocky.
Property damage in and of itself is abuse? No, it's not.
Pennington's preparation for the feed show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, "You cut me or I will." You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive.
Don't try and make
This
a
is the
point
document
and
that
beg
Mr.
your
Depp
abuser
signed,
to
the
understand
divorce
what they're
agreement,
doing
where
to
he
you or
says,
anything like that.
signed
Otherwise, you're
in
not really a
agreement
victim.
With his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then.
Everyone's
But he didn't,
lying
because
for
he knew that her
Johnny.
allegations were
Even the
true.
people who didn't know
But
it
then
was
he
his
continued
house.
his campaign of humiliation. He says, "I want her replaced on that WB film." Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more.
The social
No matter what you
ramification
document,
is
you
not
always have to
something the
document
jury's
more. No
supposed
matter
to
who you
consider,
tell,
so
you always
bringing
have
up
to tell
this
more
up is
people.
bullshit.
No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you.
Both Johnny and Amber
send
have
that message.
superpowers, according to Amber's
That's what he
story.
wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove, or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much
This is gonna
higher
make me throw
than the greater
something.
weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the
I'm
words,
so
it
glad
clearly
we can
wasn't
see
hate
Johnny
speech.
behind
She visited her
Rotten Door, I'm not
attorney,
gonna lie.
Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this.
Real quick, I remember when we were watching Vasquez and Chu, and they were both seemed to be they gave off the air of conviction to what they were saying, and a give a shit for their client. That is non-existent here. And in some cases, that's very good. That's a very good quality to have as a lawyer, to be able to not do that. However, there are times where you want to do that. This would be one of those times. And it's just non-existent here.
Article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't They will say that that doesn't matter.
I
if
threw
she's
popcorn
lying,
at
but
my
even
dog
that isn't
once.
true, because
It was a
again,
piece of
keep in
popcorn.
mind, if Ms. Heard
I
wanted
threw it
to
at
be
him.
malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law.
Abuse.
Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her.
Oh my God.
Humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is
Is
Mr.
it the
Depp's
last
damages.
thing? Do you
The
promise,
man's at least
please?
consistent in
Oh
one respect.
God.
He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard us reading
Except
the
for all the
stack of
text that you
articles
showed of
dating
him
years
owning
before
it.
He broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor.
They keep talking about all these films that Johnny made that were flops. I want to know which films. They have not once named a single film that was a flop from him. I keep saying that they're flops, but it hasn't actually said what movie they're talking about. What movie did Johnny do that was a flop that you're talking about?
A word
It's
of
been
reminder
weeks.
here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory. Nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine
Secret
Arnold,
Window came out in 2004. Pirates of the Caribbean 5. Yeah, but we all know the big villain of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 was actually Amber Heard. When did Mordecai come out? We're gonna do a little bit of research here. Mordecai movie. 2015. That would be closer. That would actually be within the time frame. The Rum Diaries is really funny if that was the one. Excuse me, sorry. That's 2011. What else you got for me? The Lone Ranger. When did that come out? No, well, I'm asking which movies they're referring to that were flops, right? Because they haven't listed any. The closest the one that they've come to listing was Pirates of the Caribbean 5. The Lone Ranger came out in 2013. So, man, this is so like.
Damages expert testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day. The paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything
because he didn't get
as a
it
result of this
because
op-ed.
of her
Anything
allegations.
he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the
You
TRO
promised
with
this
Amber
was the
Fox. He
last
could have said, "I
argument,
didn't
you
use it."
liar.
He chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses, He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK
I feel
whatever he
like
wanted.
if
Now, it's not the
Johnny
same testimony he
Depp
told here, because you heard
movies were
impeaching about
actually
13
flopping so
times
bad,
this
they would
testimony
actually
from the
have
UK.
laid that
But
out
he's
in
had
part
his
of their
chances.
evidence.
Ladies and
and it's
gentlemen,
not there.
it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers.
Yeah, just
Stand
let her
up
go
for
after all this shit. Yeah, just
Stand
no
up for the
consequences, nothing. Just
This
just
trial is
move
about so
on.
much more
Just move
than
on,
Johnny
victim.
Depp versus Amber
Get over
Heard.
it.
It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hawk about the counterclaim.
And now we will take a break because I need to pee. I'd probably get something to eat. I am hungry. I mean, I know I snacked on some popcorn, but oh boy. Oh my god, we're taking a mini break. I got 3 hours left before I gotta completely be done with this, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to. I don't know if I believe in myself. I don't even know how long that was. But we will take a little break, so you guys go do what you need to do. Get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. Stretch. Make sure to take care of yourself. This break will probably be closer to like 4 minutes. So 3.5 minutes maybe. We'll take a little bit of a longer one, particularly because Puck needs to go outside. So, I will be back in a minute or two. See you soon. Yo, I wasn't actually looking that closely at the time, so hopefully I wasn't gone too long, but oh boy. Alright, I got myself a peanut butter sandwich. Let's fucking go! Onto a lane! Yeah, they gotta switch over tech.
Number 2, the actual damages go down to the actual cost and turn.
They're giggling away.
I get to say good afternoon.
Oh,
and I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time
God.
here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as
Is that a
quick
lie?
as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK.
Oh my god. That's at 1.5 already. Right now. Yeah, she lied about going fast.
Lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day.
Yeah, make sure to show Amber looking just as sad about this as she did when she was hearing about all the other stuff, right? Because, you know, that's how that works.
From you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one. Because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time. For what? For nothing.
Good point, by the way. Throughout Rottenborn's entire closing statement, they did not object at all. Rottenborn objected twice. So let's see where we're at with this.
Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing. Because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything.
He's never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You can't say either way about whether or not he's accepted anything in his entire life. In fact, you can't say, you don't have, what was the term that they were using? Basically to say that you weren't there, so you don't know for sure. Yikes. This is already a yikes. Rottenborn just spent a bunch of time and showed text messages showing Johnny admitting and apologizing for things that they're presenting as abuse. So if he never admitted to anything or apologized for anything or took any kind of responsibility, then those text messages don't show what you're telling them. They're telling us that they show. Yikes.
Blame everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed that you have heard so much about.
I think she meant to put the quotes around hoax, not around concept.
That just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published, and he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement?
Didn't they say that... They didn't give her a clicker?
Use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media.
They are undermining their own case so poorly,
now, the first
or so much, I should say.
Is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence book. At least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less.
Oh, okay, sure it was.
But what else is false?
Everybody believes that.
It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine.
Look at Vasquez's face. She's just
those
like
canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. You know these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice.
I don't think her own attorneys believe that she is emotionally distraught. Specifically because not once have you seen any of them comfort her. She's sitting there all miserable looking and sad and like, I'm about to cry because I can't actually pull up actual tears because I suck at acting. But not a single one of them is like, they're not putting their hand on his shoulder. They're not interacting with her at all. They do, as soon as they're off of the stand, they don't believe the bullshit they're spewing.
And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Witkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Witkin said. One of the things is he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, do you have any dirt on the Mandels? And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Witkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober? You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was...
Did she just say he was taking pot all the time? What? He was taking pot all the time, guys. Okay, this is a bait and switch of the term sober. You can be sober from a substance and not completely stone cold sober. So if Johnny Depp was trying to get off of and sober from his medications, he could still be drinking. And he would still be trying to get sober because getting sober isn't explicit to mean all substances in their entirety. There's plenty of people who are sober who drink coffee. There are plenty of people who are sober from a drug but they drink, or people who are sober from a drink but they smoke weed. Right? The sober isn't all encompassing everything. You can be sober from alcohol abuse and still take pot. Jesus. Yeah, she misrepresents the malice a bit. I'm sure we'll get to that. Or like
instructive.
I'm sure it'll come up.
But in any event, going back to that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is
misrepresenting the timeline
by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber.
Is
Amber
Johnny
Heard.
Depp? Is she implying that Johnny Depp, like that umbrella guy, is on Johnny Depp's payroll? Because I feel like that's. Am I on Johnny Depp's payroll? Oh, okay.
Also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement.
Implicature.
And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police, and they tried to make up this whole story get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away, and they said, darn, and so they spilled wine, and they, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911, and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this.
I'm glad Johnny
What
Depp's
were the
team
facts
went
of May
first
21st?
because,
He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's
easier
already
for them to
high.
pay
And
attention
he
to
is
the whole
on a
thing.
tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these
Why
drug-
would,
these
yeah,
things,
why would somebody care that somebody else shit in their bed after a couple of months had gone by? Why aren't you over it by now already? What do you mean? Fucking what?
gets into these
Okay.
paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put
You
that
mean
feces
he
in the bed a
didn't let
month
her
ago.
gaslight
That was
the
his
fuck
spin.
out of
So
him?
she gets Io Tillett on the
Wow.
phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down.
My
And then
dog
she
stepped on a
continues to stand in between
bee.
them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in. They break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw.
But the police didn't find anything bashed up, Elaine.
His pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine, he gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day, and he comes in storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here, and he's got the big magnum, and he's mad, and Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can, and Josh gets out of there too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the frames.
They all
Or he might have
left
knocked
Amber
something
behind.
off, one of the countertops or something, I think, is the testimony of his bodyguard. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in L.A. and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make it second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart.
It doesn't take that long to
2 hours
fucking
dispatch
knock
the
some
2
shit
different
over.
ones. And Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming.
One of my favorite things is that the picture got submitted twice for 2 different situations, to describe 2 different situations with that bottle of wine on the floor. It's the same picture.
The first ones come, and we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Santanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Is that an objection that I just heard? What's this objection? Did they approach, I guess? I didn't hear what the objection was for. It's Ben. It's Mr. Chu. Aw, this is cute. Look at them. Eat their candies. Are we narcissists? Oh yeah, no, we're definitely narcissists eating this candy.
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told him she'll give the name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Santanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have
I'm not muted.
done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event,
Did she just say they wrote a report saying this to explain why they didn't write a report? What?
Police officers, you forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just
misstated
decided she's
testimony.
never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set. It doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that
the timeline and their representation of the timeline is all over the fucking... They're jumping around, they're circling around, they're leaving one thing, coming back to it, and then going around again. They're all over the place. Whereas Johnny's team is very succinct in being like, this is the situation. This is just confusing. Probably on purpose.
Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't touch.
But the first police officers were the ones that had the body cam footage that didn't show what is being described now. So...
Never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there. You see, there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different text messages at 772 and 773.
What do you mean he apologizes? I thought you said he never took responsibility for anything he ever did in his life. What do you mean?
Profound apologies.
Undermine my own point more.
My apologies are eternal in the other one.
You know what we've never seen like Amber actually apologizing.
If he didn't know that he did all of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges.
I feel like they're being repetitive on purpose to try and get it to stick in the jury's brain.
Let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh face, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the...
What is this? Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Why isn't this the article and then just the clip from that article that zoomed in that you're trying to show? Why does this look like a... Johnny Depp's team had, like, the thing they wanted to show, the picture they wanted to show, the evidence they wanted to show, all laid out nicely. Why does this look like a 10-year-old did it with their first time doing PowerPoint? What the fuck? What is this? This is so bad.
Testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow, she wasn't...
Do you approach?
Normally I would skip through the timeline of the ejections, but the thing is so small that it's really hard for me to do so without overshooting, so I'm not going to. for therapy after this, please join us at 9 p.m. EST for the grand opening of the unnamed tavern.
Any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waltman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on?
Good question. When she went to the courthouse, Elaine.
Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on.
Wait. Sorry, just go back just a touch there for a second. Just a little baby bit. I'm sorry. I need to see this. Come on, give me plus. Right here. Why is it going past that?
She has different looks, and some.
Oh my God, that's way too far.
She's an actor. She's not going to go outside.
I just want to see Amber's face for a second.
If she has bruises, why on earth?
Come on. Yada.
For 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on
the
earth
arrow
would
keys
she
don't
not
work
want to cover
in
up
this
those
situation
bruises?
because it's on.
Sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here.
Remix. Okay, look at that. See right under her eye right there. Is that the same kind of bruise that she had in the pictures? That little mark right there. It's just like a little bitty mark right she got going on right there. You seeing that? Is that just me seeing that? You see that little brown mark? Did somebody beat her around the head with rings 5 times before she came to court today? She have ice on that shit? Give me a break.
You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used. And she was very adept at telling you what color she puts on for the different things.
The bruise kit?
This is a woman who, for 4 years, did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now, let's go to the third one.
Objection, sexist.
This is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax. But there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things. But
yeah, look at that bruise she got on her face.
And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs.
Oh, please don't bring Dr.
Remember
Spiegel back.
That you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in
based on what Amber
both
said.
Physical and
Objection, Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes testified to that.
Yup, because that's not what she said. So that is number 3. Rottenborn objected twice. Both of them were rejected. So, like, his objections didn't go through. They were not sustained. They were overruled. Whereas so far we are current 2 from Chu onto Elaine. Both have been sustained so far. Let's see if the third one is sustained. Not a single person is comforting her, by the way. She's very upset by all this. Very upset. Just leave me alone, Johnny, please. Johnny, no. Please leave me alone, Johnny. I mean, stay, stay. That's what all of the stuff says, right? That's the... Let's see. Is Is it gonna be sustained? But yeah, like I said, the caliber of witnesses that were brought forward by both parties is there's a vast difference. Not a vast difference, but a vast difference like in quality and quantity of experts that have been brought forward between the two parties. look at these two, they're smiling. They know. Alright, I will jump forward a little bit. Oh wait, no I'm not. She's gonna pop up in a second. Yikes. There she is.
So Dr. Hughes specifically characterized Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes, but she had no comment. And
Your Honor, objection.
That was in there.
4. Oh boy. Oh boy. An abyss in quality difference, yeah. 4. Oh, buddy. Alright. Try again.
That he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to
For sustained, yeah.
all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos.
I should have put on a scoreboard.
She had calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax, or creating any of this, or making any of this up? That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money. Because first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50%
Yeah, we got a scoreboard.
during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp, who, and you've already heard from Ben, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earned during that time. Now, we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember back Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
Oh boy, there's another one. Uh-oh. That puts us at a 5. Five objections by Johnny Depp's team, 2 objections by Heard's team. 5 so far. We're keeping count, man. No, we're gonna see if they're sustained or not. Because so far, Heard's has not had any sustained. They've been overruled. Depp's have been sustained so far, so we're gonna get a final score at the end that will say we'll put up this as whether or not they're. When a lame finish, Tim asked, what the fuck did I just listen to? Yeah, that's how I feel. Oh boy. bent. Machine gunned my brain to slush. Entitled to money. Entitled to money that she was going to donate, allegedly. That she didn't donate. So let's see, is this going to be sustained? What do you guys think? Yay or nay? Sustained or overruled? Remember, so far, 2 of hers have been overruled, so in totality, all of theirs have been overruled.
So, if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.
Yeah, that was sustained also.
$7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now, she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't come to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout, and I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital. They haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to, but she has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it unanimously.
What the fuck did she just say? Who admonishes a woman for donating money to charity? Nobody admonished her for donating money to charity. She was admonished for saying she was going to donate money and then didn't donate that money. And when did... What? Okay. Alright, sure, yeah. She had 13 months she had that money before this case came through, so...
But Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here. There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore
she's going so fast that I had to speed her up.
These damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we did change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but, oh, yeah, we...
Trying to follow a lane is like a cat trying to follow a pin light with low batteries. Yes, thank you, Mandy. Yeah, correct. That is a good analogy.
Did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young
she's so expressive. I'm kind of here for that. I'm like that too.
Took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going.
I hope somebody makes an interpretive dance
until a few months ago,
out of this.
2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster.
Yeah, and
This was
she
her mega.
fucked it up
What
by
happened
being
instead?
trash
She's going through
after
everything.
Johnny
Coming
got
out,
it for
and
her.
in that 16 months, they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got the Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman, and then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for the Stand. She wasn't allowed to. She hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie, and then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators, who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest.
Yeah, the biggest problem with his argument is that they were not able to demonstrate that Amber Heard was actually comparable to these other actors. Shocking, I know.
Women, she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements.
I got really
you have
annoyed.
some
There's a
very good
video of
information
that
to
from
help
a little
you
while ago. I got
on
really
ascertaining
annoyed
those
that
damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if
Warner
you remember
Brothers
her, but she was
fired
her
Johnny
agent.
and not
She said,
Amber. I was like, you have to do
"Everybody
either
just
neither or both. You
Producers
can't
don't
pick
want
and
her,
choose like
directors don't
that."
want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the Stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happening.
The math for that was
The
so
emotional distress
bonkers,
damages
too.
are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off.
Oh no, if it isn't the consequences of my actions, it's Johnny's fault.
Put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million, or for $50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, and we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case. And
I cannot, when Amber Heard has the exact same level of emoting and with how upset she is when they're talking about like the more horrific things that have happened to her to the more mundane things that have, it's the same face. They're the same face. This is the Zoolander. This is the Blue Steel of Amber Heard. Oh my God.
just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions. But we do ask that you fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms
Okay,
of...
so now they're not
emotional
asking for
distress.
100,000?
The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have
Or
those
100
in this
million?
case.
Sorry.
We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Oh, thank God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other, and do not do any outside research, okay?
This judge is a sweetheart. Thank you for letting everybody take a break after all that shit show. Jesus Christ. I guess we took a break after Johnny Depp's team went. It was just not nearly as long as Amber Heard's team went for. So there's 45 minutes left of them talking. We're actually doing pretty good on time, I guess.
Let's come back at 2:10. And just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes.
Jesus.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right, thank you.
Wow.
All right.
Shut down. Holy cow. So 6 minutes to 45 minutes for, or sorry, 6 minutes to, what did she say, 40 minutes-ish? For, wow, just wow. Wow. They have 6 minutes left. Oh my god. Well, you know what? I'm glad I'm only gonna have to listen to them for another 6 minutes. 39 minutes, thank you, yeah. Fucking wow. Alright, let's jump us forward, shall we? Jury's coming back in. Oh, look at how far we got on this bar. Ugh, glorious. Thank God. 39 minutes to 6 minutes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
Oh, getting the microphone going again.
Hello?
Here we go. Settle in. People who are reasonable and make sense and are able to follow are in the building.
Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you.
That's why they didn't
They've
rebut all of
mischaracterized
it,
the testimony
or
of police officer
object.
Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Schell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record.
You're not allowed to
Ms.
listen
Heard
to
lied.
this woman, by the way.
She
You're only
lied
allowed to
again,
listen to Amber Heard.
And she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December.
So I think that the reason why they didn't object to all of the misrepresentation in Rottenborn's argument, but did specifically, like, misrepresenting testimony or, like, just getting things wrong about testimony, yeah, but misrepresenting testimony or saying something that's just, like, factually not the case is okay for Johnny Depp's team to let go, because the jury is going to be able, when they're deliberating, to actually compare those things. And so they'd rather allow some of that to go through, because that means that the jury is going to be able to actually, like, one-to-one compare bullshit, right? But
November 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed
Kind of reminds me of
that she
somebody.
had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss, with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp.
You know,
Ms. Heard and her
interchangeable words
attorneys
like pledge
have
and
talked
donation.
a lot about this, in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in
I had to keep my
court
socials away from
where
her
both
face.
sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax.
Sorry, I was looking at what Gage said about Law Wifey. Where's our anime waifu version of Vasquez? And our husbando for Benchu. We need this. Get me this stat right now.
Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth, and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother.
Yeah, which women are you gonna believe?
Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper.
I stand Disney
doctor.
Butler.
And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White,
our
Mr.
Vape
Depp's
Nation,
business manager.
Vape
Laura
Nation
Wasser,
boy.
One of the most famous divorce lawyers in California.
That was a good way
Morgan
to spin
Knight.
that.
Beverly Leonard, Morgan Tremaine, and Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward.
Now that mug
They have
is
everything to
believable.
You have seen Mr. Woolman's
I hope
statements and
people
evidence in this
compare,
case.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt too much. I hope people compare his emoting here with Amber's emoting, because this is that you'll be able to see the differences there just even by just looking.
When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth.
She's going over this again because
But here,
of
there's
Elaine's
clear
representation.
evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
She
Ms. Heard
parodies
wants to
somebody
believe
with
that she
fucking
suffers from
PTSD.
PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD.
God, her face.
Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and curiously, shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally. Nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating in Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost.
There was that bruise showing up and disappearing
because
again.
of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements?
Or how is that necessarily
tweets, even though it had
negative
nothing to do
towards
with
Amber?
Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I
She
published
reiterated by saying that
this
she's
op-ed in the Washington Post." The title is prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs, that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it.
And that none of those medical professionals did or said or found anything, including the police.
What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging...
Yeah, in that op-ed it says sexual, right? So because of that, it negates... It wasn't, oh, Johnny Depp called me names and called me a cunt one time. It's, he abused me sexually, specifically. Many forms of abuse, that may be the case that there are, but we're specifically talking about this op-ed, which means you need to look at the claims that are in the op-ed. It's not just that there was an incident one time, like Rottenborn likes to try to put forward. No, it's about what specifically is said and claimed in the op-ed.
Physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story.
And it was not a good performance.
And not
She's
just
been found
any
wanting.
But extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it,
of which there
or
would
you
be
believe none of it.
Yeah, of which there would be
Either
lots
she's
of
telling
evidence.
the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr.
My dog
Depp
stepped
hit her
on a
once.
bee.
Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word
Free
that
the
comes out of
bee.
her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators.
Hey, that's the thing that I
Words
said.
matter.
Yay!
Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie.
Right, because she was already out. She was out of that situation if it were even true to begin with, so. At the beginning, we went over the jury instructions. If you have any questions, I recommend going and watching that. It was right at the beginning of the stream. However, if you have any direct questions, I can do my best to answer those.
Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement.
Yep, that's
about
all in
legislative
evidence.
reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan
I'm not
Tremaine
smiling during this court.
isn't on his payroll.
During this
Officer
trial?
Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight, none of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys...
So is this two separate trials? Kind of. It's a claim and a counterclaim. So it's not two different trials because they are interwoven with each other. So it is not a it is not two separate trials, but there are two sections of this trial. If that makes sense.
Tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off.
I would like to point out also, when it comes to like whether or not one loved and cared about the other, about why a victim might stay with their abuser, when asked about what was going on with Johnny Depp when it came to like his finger being fucked up and having pinned in it and then having to get skin grafts and then getting the infection, etc., Amber Heard didn't know about any of the details. I guarantee you she didn't know shit about this man. But if you asked him details, and they did, about what was going on with her, he knew those details. The things that he didn't tend to know about were things that were involving her contracts. Because those are private, those are hers. You know, something that an abuser might want to have control over and have information about. Maybe? She didn't care about him. No way. She doesn't know shit about him. She only cares about whether or not he listens to her.
Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Ronborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence.
The evidence of what, again, it's a matter of setting an expectation. Amber Heard's retelling of these situations sets an expectation of what you would see and what you would expect to see given that heightened situation. And then when she wants to escalate it, she's got nowhere to go because she started at the top, right? So that it's, whereas what we're seeing in evidence is like down here, as in like non-existent and not even to the point where it actually contradicts what's being said with the expectation that's being set here.
Ms. Heard herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse.
Yeah, that's got to get swapped.
That is what this case is about.
Reverse those
it's not
names.
About money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. if he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal closing?
Yo, they only have 6 minutes. We're in the home stretch now, boy. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. What you got for me, man? You got 6 minutes max. I got you in here for 6 minutes and you ain't going nowhere. Bonesaw is ready. What you got, man? What you got? What do you got? Come on. Hit me with it. Hit me with your best shot. Yeah, I hope you put a timer on there. What you got?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms.
And that's just not true. She talked about Dr. Hughes not administering the right test. She talked about the witness who brought up the hashtags. So they talked about Dr. Spiegel. So first thing he says is just not true. Just factually not the case. Good job! Yay, we did it! He lasted half of a second before he said something just factually wrong. Woo! Yay, everybody give Mr. Rottenborn a round of applause. Woo! And this is what I mean when I'm like, this is not good. This isn't a matter of like he's doing his best. This is just he's just misrepresenting or he's just factually wrong. Now, I don't know if that's because he wasn't paying enough attention or if it's not because he's not a good lawyer, if it's because he's rattled. Why he's gotten this wrong, if it's intentional, I have no idea. But this is just factually not the case. Yay! All right, I'll let him talk for a little bit longer. I just wanted to see how long it would before he was going to get something wrong. So it was immediately.
Witnesses. They listed their own who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they did address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Miss Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological.
This is not a rebuttal. This is him restating his argument because she already rebutted how that's not the case. So unless he actually explains why what she said is incorrect, this is just yikes.
Sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said.
That's not what she said.
It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's
we already talked about how that's not the case, and he's not actually addressing her point.
And vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes. Not about sexual violence, not about making.
No, the evidence shows that she committed abuse. She admitted to that and hit him, and that's in the evidence, so no. And didn't he earlier argue that it didn't matter if she did or not because it's about what he did?
21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp or Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly
except for the video and the police officers
supporting her claims say that she was,
and her own statements,
and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's
this is not a rebuttal. This is just restating.
Mr. malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career.
Hey, if he's not controlling the role she was taking, then how did he not have any influence in her getting Aquaman 2, by the way? Since, you know, she said she did that all on her own, which means that would not be him controlling her getting roles. But yeah, let's see if Rottenborn actually brings forward a rebuttal, because so far he's just restating, so let's see. But without the shitty PowerPoint.
Months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plan.
Well, that was the crescendo, was it? Not this shit show?
Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase,
I would have to read it again, but I think that he was saying that she's begging for global humiliation. Right? Citation needed, Dapper Dino. Ah, shit, I should have plugged that in. I don't have that right now. I didn't put it in here. No, I'll make sure that the liar pants on fire gets plugged in, and the citation needed gets plugged in for next time. Good call.
Phrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert. That promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise.
Didn't he give her a knife that said until death?
To throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day.
This is still just reiterating the points. This doesn't actually address anything.
Mr. Depp accountable for his actions.
He only has 6 minutes.
Stand up for victims of domestic
I should have done a
abuse
countdown clock.
who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about.
Oh my God, the freedom of speech. This is not applicable.
Give
Holy shit,
Amber
dude.
Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your.
She hasn't lost anything.
Thank you, Mr.
You think he
Rottenborn.
maybe just he reiterated his points because he knew he didn't have any time to do anything else?
Jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial.
All of that is exactly why note-taking is so important during trial as a juror.
We'll also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately, okay? So when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So, for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5, okay? So that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that, okay? All right, now, for the tough part. You may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay? We still have 2 alternates left. And the numbers were placed in an envelope in the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you. And I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations, and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right? At this time, those jurors are excused, and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay?
And off they go. So, while the jury is leaving, where are we left off with objections? Heard's team objected during Mr. Chu's closing statements twice. It was Mr. Rottenborn objected twice, and both of them were overruled. So that's why you get a 2 and a 0. Johnny Depp's team and Mr. Chu objected to Elaine 5 times. 5 times, and all of them were sustained. So the closing score at the end of the day for their objections,
it'll always be at the top of the hour. So, for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning,
for what was
it wouldn't
sustained
be read until noon. So it's always going to be the top of the
for
hour.
What was sustained is
later, if that makes sense. That gives you time.
Depp's team on point.
Close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it
imagine
easier.
So.
And I also want to thank the attorneys and
nice
litigants
of them
for
to
the kindness
give Elaine and Rottenborn an out.
And to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay, so, yes, thank you.
Judy is they're clapping for her. She's the court documenter. Elaine, turn your mic on.
That is one thing on which, Ms. Preda-Hofton, we respectfully agree. Completely agree. Completely agree.
Well,
they were thanking the
glad
judge.
on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
You want to approach? Sure.
That's it. I think that's everything. Thanks for watching. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm just gonna leave it sitting there. Yeah, that was a lot. I feel nothing but empathy and compassion for the jurors in this case who's been sitting through all that. It's been a lot, and I've been watching the entire thing a little bit more at my own pace because again I didn't do a whole huge number of streams about this kind of stuff. But oh boy. I think we're gonna have a little bit more conversation about the overall of this case and what has sort of been a big deal for sort of people involved. I live for your enjoyment of suffering. Our own poll that we've had this whole time, I will end now, has 111 votes. And it looked like it was let's just double check. Yeah, and 94%. So the question was, has Mr. Depp has proven? I had to reword the question, but it's the one in the jurors page. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Miss Heard acted with actual malice? And this was yes or no, and this was also yes or no for do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? So we were basically asking the chat while we were live what do you believe that Johnny Depp has made his case? 94% said yes, 5% said no. We did have at least 1 or 2 bots come in or that like spam people. So that will skew that slightly. So margin of error at 111 votes. Thank you everybody for joining me on this. This has been a trip. Perhaps at some point I will talk about whatever the jurors end up deciding. I'll probably be part of something else. Thank you everybody for joining me. There's going to be a little bit more discussion on this and the details that had happened previously during court and a little bit wider berth. We have the Unnamed Tavern's grand opening today at 9 p.m., which is in an hour and a half. And I look forward to seeing you there. And if you have opinions you would like to share with us there, an argumentation or points you'd like to put forward about this or something else that's been going on, I'm more than happy to have that conversation. Puck is about done with his day. I'm about done with his day. So feel free to come by and join us in the tavern in about an hour and a half if you're still around. And if not, I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good Saturday. And I hope you have a good weekend. And after sitting through all this and sifting through all this, I hope you give yourself a break. Be kind to yourself. Take care of yourself. Drink some water. And I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh yeah, like and sub and support on Patreon and become a member and stuff. Okay, thanks. Bye.